To get started, we will stand and say the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. As you can see, there's posted the much shorter and much more to the point public comment, and so people will know if what it is that we're expected in order for us to be able to conduct the business of the state and for the students of the state. Are there any changes to the agenda? Seeing none, I want to wish each of the board members a happy new year. Hope everything went well. Everybody came back rested. And I also want to acknowledge Sharon Hill, Tiffany Donovan, and Dan Davis for all the hard work they do behind the scenes and get very little credit or acknowledgement for it. But we do appreciate y'all and thank you very much. Okay, we'll start with the consent agenda. Does anyone have anything they want pulled? Y'all, those of you who prepared it, give you a pat on the back. You know, we're making progress here. The one that I wondered about, number 8, some of those recommendations involve employing or contractors with employees and community, and also for the Division of Elementary and Secondary Education to do PD. Those seem to be things that only legislation can do as far as having those recommendations. So it would seem to me more appropriate that those recommendations would go to the legislature through the joint ed. Can somebody help me with that? It's under Child Health Advisory Committee recommendations.
Madam Chair, Mr. Harder is here from the Arkansas School Board Association.
Lucas Harder, School Board Association. I'm actually here as the chair for the Child Health Advisory Committee.
Okay.
And the reason why those recommendations are there is because by law we're supposed to make our recommendations to you and the State Board of Health, and then we also make a report to the education committees and the public health committees. So that's why the recommendations are coming to you, which if you're so willing, either to make recommendations of potential legislation to the legislature, or those of us that are lobbyists can do that as well, but we're making these to you because we're supposed to by statute.
Okay, I think my concern is I appreciate your work, first of all, and I am happy to accept the recommendations, but not committing us or ADE to lobby on behalf of these. So I don't know if can legal advise me how we might want to handle this, or see what, should we pull it off or just make that statement, because it's on the consent agenda. It's not an action item.
From the committee standpoint, Ms. Sook, I can tell you that our understanding is that we have to make these recommendations to you, but after that point, we have no control over how you, the department or the division, choose to act on our recommendations.
Okay, fine. I can live with that. Is that okay with everyone else? Okay, and is Paris on the phone? Item number 10? Yes. Thank you. Okay, I hate that they're not on the phone because I really wanted to commend them for their literacy curriculum adoption, and also I think this is one of the better and more thoughtful informational pieces. So Ms. McLaughlin, if you will pass that along to them. Okay, do I hear a motion to accept the consent agenda? Moved by Ms. Dean.
Seconded.
Second by Mr. Peckron. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, on to the action agenda. The first item on the action agenda, if you will come, Ms. Freno, and then Mr. Dugan will come after that.
Thank you, Ms. Zook. Lori Freno, Division of Elementary and Secondary Education. This first item concerning Ms. Tammy Cloyes was pulled from the consent agenda for possible further review by the State Board last month. Ms. Cloyes' attorney is here, Clayton Blackstock, and he has filed a motion in this case, and what he has asked is that review of the State Board be bifurcated. And what that means is he's asking first that the board allow him to answer any questions that the board might have, and he's going to ask then that the board affirm the PLSB's decision. But if the board is not really, if they want to hear more, they feel there's more needed, he asks that he will be given the opportunity to brief this matter and come back before this board next month to do that.
Okay.
And to actually have an appeal hearing.
Okay, fine.
And
Do we need to make a motion on doing that way, or is it okay to proceed?
Yes, I mean, you should make a motion at the end. I mean, we have, and PLSB has no objection, but Mr. Dugan is here on behalf of PLSB, and also, again, Ms. Cloyes' attorney is here, Clayton Blackstock as well.
Okay. Do any of you have any specific questions of the attorney, either of the attorneys, or anything you want to do as far as a further hearing, or did you feel comfortable after you got more detailed information with the recommendation? Ms. Newton?
I am not comfortable with the recommendation. I don't feel like the recommendation goes to the level of the severity of the offense.
Okay, so does that mean you're wanting a hearing, or that you could want to ask the attorney, either of them, more questions, or are you wanting a full hearing next month?
I didn't really have any more questions, but I think we do need to go to a full hearing.
Okay, is that
That's
your
my
motion?
opinion, so, yes.
Okay, Ms. Newton moved to go to a full hearing in February. Do I have a second?
Before you start, I noticed that Ms. Cloyes' attorney stood up. I mean, if the board chooses to, it can hear comments from Mr. Blackstock if it wishes before it votes on this matter.
Okay,
Okay, it's up to you.
it's fine.
The motion was to allow us to make this, the rules talk about having a 10-minute.
If you'll get closer to the microphone and state
The
your
rules,
full
the
name.
PLSB rules talk about having a 10-minute discussion or having a full hearing. And anyway, so my motion was to allow us to answer some of the questions here and have that discussion. And then if those questions still leave the board with lots of other questions, then to go ahead and the board could move to have a full hearing. But I'm asking for the opportunity to at least make a preliminary presentation at this time. And that was my motion, and I thought that was the motion that was on the floor at the present time.
The motion has to come from the board members?
Okay.
Okay. After hearing what he said, do I have a motion for us to allow him to do this presentation? Or do you want to go forward, Ms. Newton, with your motion as stated?
I'm fine with you.
Mr. Packron?
I was just gonna say, I have no problem with hearing from the attorney right now, but I do think that I'm going to have more questions than can be answered in a 10-minute
Okay,
presentation, so if,
So I tell you what we'll do, we will table the motion that's on the table, that's been stated. We will listen to the attorney, and then we can either withdraw the motion or vote on the motion. Does that work? Okay,
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
sure.
So we're here to, in support of the PLSB recommendation, as you noted in my motion. One of the people who were on our panel, the people on our panel included the superintendent from the Conway School District, who was previously an assistant superintendent of finance, and he also taught finance at the college level. He was questioning everything that happened in detail. And so in terms of the panel that you had looking at this, you had a panel of 4 people, including the chairperson, who was well-versed in finance and understood what was happening. Number 2, the way these things are drafted when they come to you, The language that's in these recommendations actually starts way back. We're stuck with it. It starts way back at the beginning of this. And in these hearings, when I get to this point, the language really doesn't reflect what the facts were. And I know we're working on a process to try and correct that. So when you read these and you see unallowable all over the place, if you hear the facts, you'd look at it and say, that really doesn't sound like an unallowable expense. So the language in this is not really accurate, but that's the way the process works. I also wanted to point out that this dealt with 4 years of transactions, thousands of transactions over 4 years. And what we're dealing with here is 7 questionable transactions and 4 questionable entries out of thousands of them. And you know that Tammy is here today. She was over the 21st Century Program, and what happened in this case is it was her hometown, and she agreed to go and help her hometown enter data, help the grantees enter data, which is not normally something you would do in that position. And that's where she got in trouble, because she went there and she started entering this data that was being given to her by the grantee. All of the purchases had already been made. She is not like pre-approving things that are unallowable. These are things, every grant program worked this way. They spent the money first and then they submitted documents for it. And so she's there entering the data, and that's where the problem came up, is in entering the data. And so with the 7 transactions and the 4 items, I will just give you a couple of examples here. Permitted unallowable gift card purchases. This is one of the 7 transactions. The grantee had already purchased like $50 of gift cards when you're not supposed to purchase gift cards. And then Tammy would come in and she was entering it, and she would enter gift cards for that. And what she didn't do then, because all this then went over to the next person, the finance person at the department, what she didn't do then, and what she was accused of here, is going back and saying, look, you got to pay this $40 back. She entered the data. And so those are the transactions that we're dealing with here, and there's only 7 of them, and the 4 that are mislabeled, there was no intent to deceive anybody. For example, mislabeled batteries when the item was karaoke machine, both of those are allowable purchases for the program. A karaoke machine and battery are both allowable. It was just when she was entering the data, it was mislabeled somehow, and I don't know if it was somebody who was reading to her what it was that was purchased and she just typed it in, or if there was a document that showed that. But these things are all allowable purchases, so it's not like somebody was hiding something to cover it up. They were all allowable. So we have 7 transactions, 4 labeling items out of thousands of transactions over 4 years, and most importantly, you'll notice there's no violation of standard, 5. There's no self-dealing. There was no benefit to her. She didn't get any money from it. She didn't benefit from it in any way, and that's what they found. There was nothing here where she had any personal gain, and that's what standard 5 is about. There was nothing. She was stepping into an area where she got over her head because she really shouldn't have been helping that grantee. She should have let them do it themselves, and that's where all of these things happen. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say ahead of time. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Okay, we have a motion. Can someone, sure.
Taylor Dugan on behalf of the PLSB, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the board, for letting me speak. On behalf of the PLSB and my client, and that PLSB is in full support of this recommendation, kind of how Mr. Blackstock had set out here. When you look at this case, you might look at this as so much information, but we have to go off of what the notice was. And so, like Mr. Blackstock stated, that when the panel members had this hearing and going off of the notice as far as these unallowable expenditures, Mr. Blackstock was able to do more research to provide evidence to the board to where, oh, well, what we put in our notice is unallowable is actually allowable. So although it might look like the sanction should have been more severe, Mr. Blackstock did such a fantastic job of looking at what was in the notice and then just going off of that, not going off of other factors that might have been in the media or might have been in other documents. Because when we go to these hearings, that's what I hammer on. I hammer on what did we notice the educator on, and that's what I go into try to prove. So just speaking on behalf of the PLSB and my client, this was a hearing that lasted over 2 days. that the 4 panel members that heard the case, even one of them had to leave at 5:30 one night because he had to go pick up his child, but they came back the next week to hear some more evidence for another day and deliberate on it. So on behalf of my client, we're just here to say that since this was the recommendation of the PLSB and are in full support of it.
We have a motion on the table. Do I have a motion to take it off the table?
What, move it off the table?
Uh-huh.
Yes, I move to take it
Okay,
off the
Ms.
table.
Newton moved to take the motion off the table. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Dean. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Now then, the motion before us at this point is to have a full hearing in February. We had a motion and a second. So we will take a roll call.
Madam Chair, who seconded the motion?
Mr. Peck, you took it off the table. Mr. Peckron.
Can you explain one more time? 'Cause I'm
Okay, would you restate your motion, Ms. Newton? Okay.
My motion is to have a full hearing on this case next month.
Okay, so we're voting on whether or not we,
and that goes against what he was saying.
that goes against what both of them were saying. Okay?
Might be helpful, Madam Chair, if someone, I don't know if it'd be Mr. Dugan to do this or someone from legal, but to describe what this hearing, so that we're clear that it's not, Mr. Dugan just talked about a 2-day hearing on this matter, and I want to make sure we're clear on what you all will be hearing in that before we vote.
So what I was discussing about was the evidentiary hearing, is what lasted over 2 days. What would be at the next month's, it would be that Mr. Blackstock would be able to look at that transcript, go through it, and file objections and a brief to state why either A, this may be something in the process that we messed up or something like that, or also arguing why to accept the recommendation of that sanction. And so at the next meeting, we each would be given 10 minutes to present our cases, and then after that, after the board has read the briefs, reviewed the record, would be able to make a motion on whether or not they accept that recommendation, whether or not they want to change that sanction. And so, did that make sense?
Yes, and he wants to speak.
Okay, I'm not sure, maybe Taylor can, I thought that the rules also provided for that the board could hear from Ms. Cloyes.
That's correct.
Or from the investigator of the PLSB. I think that's in there too.
That's correct. So
So
y'all can
they
hear
could have-
testimony
Right.
Okay?
It's an option.
from the educator or the chief investigator or the investigator on the case.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Ready for me to call the roll, Madam Chair?
Please do.
Dr. Moore?
Can we get, so we're voting to have a hearing? Is that correct? Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. McFetrich?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Ms. Chambers?
No.
Dr. Hill?
No.
Ms. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Peckron?
Yes.
All right, 6 yeas, 2 nays.
Okay, the majority votes to have a hearing in February. So you will be put on the agenda, and you will be notified on, it's the second Thursday of February. Okay? If you need to leave, that's fine. Otherwise, you're welcome to stay.
Thank you very much.
The next one, Ms. Freno?
Again, Lori Freno. This is the matter of Davissa Brimmer, and Ms. Brimmer's lawyer has filed a motion for a continuance for the reason being that he is in federal court today, and that is just something we had to come and bring to the board. The PLSB has no objection to this continuance.
Do I have a motion to continue this?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Peckron, second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Newton. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. You will notify me. And number 3,
This is the case of Kira Gear, the matter of Kira Gear, and she filed a motion to dismiss, her attorney did, based upon timing. The argument was that the investigation in her case was not completed within 150 days of its authorization. And Attorney General Jennifer Flynn is here today to argue this motion on behalf of Ms. Gear, and Taylor Dugan will be arguing on behalf of the PLSB.
Thank you. So this is a full hearing.
This,
Yes.
this is a motion to dismiss. I mean, there was not a request, one of the requests for relief was not to actually have a hearing, not to reconsider the PLSB's decision. It was just to dismiss the matter altogether.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Okay. Good morning, and will you state your full name and try to speak as close to the microphone as you can?
Yes, I will. My name is Jennifer Flynn, and I'm an attorney here on behalf of Ms. Carrie Gear, and Ms. Gear is here as well. Should there be any questions of her? We are here on a motion to dismiss based on the failure of the PLSB to meet the timelines established in statute in this case. And I know that you all heard a case similar to this in November, and you did dismiss that case. Ms. Gear's case was actually still pending, or we were still going through this process at that time. I have brought this motion to dismiss before the Ethics Subcommittee early last fall. And again, before the hearing panel in her case in October, when her hearing was, and both rejected that here. And so my next step is to bring it to you all. Now, again, I know that you recently heard argument on this issue back in November, but in order to preserve the rights to appeal, should we end up in court for my client, I have to make that argument again here today. But I'm going to be as brief as I can and allow you all to ask questions if you have that. Ms. Gear is a bit of a different situation, I feel like, than what maybe you had in November. For one thing, she was a pre-service teacher, a student teacher at the time the allegations took place back in the spring of 2018. So she was a pre-service teacher, and I think that's relevant for a few things. The statute in this case, Statute 617-428, provides a timeline for the investigation and for action to be taken in ethics complaints that are filed against educators. That statute says that the PLSB shall complete its investigation and take action within 150 days of authorizing the complaint, or within 180 days if a hearing is to be conducted. Now, the timeline in this case, the complaint against Ms. Gear was received by the PLSB in June, on June 5th of 2018. The authorization by the Ethics Subcommittee occurred on July 9th in 2018. So it is from that day, July 9th, that the timeline in this case would begin to run. Interviews didn't begin in this case, from what we have from the documentation we have, until December 13th of 2018, and that is already after the 150-day deadline would have ran. So 150 days from July 9th would have been December the 6th. Interviews did not even begin to take place in this case until after then. So we have no record that there was any investigation going on, even within that deadline. The final report from the investigator was turned over to the Ethics Subcommittee on January the 4th of 2019, and they issued an initial determination and recommendation on March the 1st. So it's our position that there was no investigation. The investigation did not occur within that 150-day deadline, and it didn't occur within the 180-day deadline either, as there was a hearing in this case. There was very little communication between Ms. Gear and the investigators between July and December of that year, and I did not represent Ms. Gear during that time, but she had another attorney during that time. There was never any continuances by Ms. Gear. There were never any delays. She was never asked for more time, and she certainly didn't sign any kind of waiver. And so we believe that the PLSB clearly missed the deadline in this case. Now, why that's relevant, again, the PLSB, like all state boards, like this board and all agencies, is a creature of the legislature. They're created by the legislature, and they only have the authority to act. And so by using the term shall, we believe that that is a mandatory deadline that the PLSB has to act on these complaints. And the point of this is a speedy resolution for the teacher. Now, in Ms. Gear's case, again, she was a student intern. She was an intern when this complaint came in. It's been almost 2 years since that complaint came in, and Ms. Gear has not been able to complete her education. She's kind of just been on hold this whole time. She hasn't gotten a license. She hasn't been able to get a license because of this. And so she's kind of just been in limbo, and the spring will be 2 years from that. It's our position that failure to follow this is a due process violation, as well as that the PLSB doesn't have subject matter jurisdiction over this case because that deadline is passed. Now, I want to spend just a few more minutes responding to Mr. Dugan's response because I believe he filed a response with you all as well. He argues that this timeline is directory and not mandatory. This is the same argument he made back in November. We don't believe that this is supported by the case law from our appellate courts. Our appellate courts have been clear that shall is mandatory, but when the legislature uses the term may, that would indicate something that is permissible or discretional or perhaps directory, though that term really isn't used. Mr. Dugan bases his argument on the case Slusser v. Farm Service. Again, I think you heard arguments about this back in November. In that case, an individual tried to file a complaint against a seed dealer based on defective soybean seeds. The statute allowing this gave a 10-day deadline. It was a mandatory deadline because the legislature had used the term shall, and the individual missed the deadline, tried to argue that that was directory, and our Supreme Court disagreed and said no, it was mandatory. Now, Mr. Dugan argues that this case, the PLSB statute is different because it does not specifically give a consequence for the failure to act within the deadline as the statute in the Slusser case does. But first of all, I don't believe that that's a fair representation of the actual holding in that case. But second, in Slusser, the Supreme Court actually says that compliance with a mandatory provision of a statute is a condition precedent to the privilege conferred. And I think that reaffirms our position because our argument is the PLSB, creature of the legislature, they can only act under authority of the legislature, and that is a privilege to do so. The PLSB didn't even exist 10 years ago, or about 10 years ago. So prior to that, there were no ethics complaints, there was no investigation. And so the ability to do this is a privilege conferred upon the PLSB by the legislature, and if they do not meet the deadlines in the statute, then it's our argument that they no longer have that privilege. One more thing I want you to, or I want to draw attention to, is that Mr. Dugan has attached an Exhibit A to his response, which is an order entered by the State Board of Education in 2015. And in that case, it looks like from the order at least that there was a timeline issue and that the State Board allowed the case to go forward anyway and agreed that it was only a directory timeline. We don't have the facts of that case, or I don't have the facts of that case, so I don't know exactly what timeline issues were going on. I would argue it's probably an incorrect ruling. I don't have those facts, so I can't really speculate to that. And from what I can find, the educator did not appeal to circuit court. But I argue that that is not binding on this particular board. I would think the vast majority of you, if not all of you, were not on this board in 2015. So you weren't yet members of this, or most of you were not yet members of the state board at this time. And then I also asked if you look at the actual facts of the order. We don't know why the state board did what they did at that particular time, but in that particular case, the educator was found to have had sexual contact with a student. The ethics subcommittee recommended revocation, and the state board, for some reason that's not spelled out in the order, actually reduced that to a probation. And I only make that, it's completely irrelevant to the timeline issue, but I only make that argument to show that that's not, I don't know that that is something that any member of this board would agree to either. So it's not, we don't know the facts of that, but I would argue that whatever that order stands for, it's just not binding. Finally, Mr. Dugan argues that the word shall should not be mandatory because it would lead to an absurdity. And from what I understand in his argument, that absurdity would be that the ethics subcommittee just doesn't have enough time because it only meets once a month. And I certainly appreciate that fact, that they are volunteers and they have jobs and they are overworked and they are not paid for what they do, and that they don't have the staff that they need. But I would argue that that's not an absurdity because under the law, how often the subcommittee meets, how they manage their staff is within their own discretion. Again, in November, this board granted the educator's motion to dismiss based on a failure to meet this deadline, we would argue that you do so again here today. In that case, there had been continuances by the educator, there had been a settlement conference, and Mr. Dugan argued that at that point that the actions there made that delay reasonable. He actually told this board in November that if the case had sat stagnant with no action, then that would have been unacceptable. Well, that's exactly what happened in this case. There was no action taken on this case whatsoever by the investigators until after that 150-day deadline had passed. And so we ask that you dismiss this case just like you did in November, and we would argue that to not do so would be an arbitrary decision by this board. And so I thank you for your time, and I can answer any questions you have, but we would ask that you dismiss this case.
Okay, thank you.
I have a
Mr. Duke,
question,
of her before, okay.
just a real quick one.
Sure.
Just to be clear, you did raise the timeliness issue before the evidentiary?
Yes,
At
sir.
the
I raised
evidentiary
it
hearing.
before the ethics subcommittee, which is a private meeting, so we were not able to argue that, but I did submit that. And they rejected it, and then we raised it and actually argued that to the evidentiary panel. And prior to her hearing, at the day of her hearing, and they rejected it as well. So this is our next step.
Thank you.
Mr. Dugan?
Taylor Dugan, attorney for the Professional Licensure Standards Board. And just to respond a little bit to what Ms. Flynn said, just like when we were here in November, the PLSB is renewing a similar argument to the fact that this timeline is directory and not mandatory. And it's our interpretation of the law that that's what's allowed. Now, Ms. Flynn has pointed to appellate cases that said the courts have been very clear on shall mean shall, and therefore that requires mandatory compliance. But as a case that I cited to in my brief, Fulmer v. State, which, Mr. Peckron, it's 337 ARC 177, which talks about where the word shall usually is mandatory. However, in certain circumstances, it can be directory. And so what happened in that case was the law said when someone wanted to file a petition to seal, they shall use the uniform order that ACIC requires. And so the Supreme Court in that case states that we thus reject the state's argument. Let me see, get to the right spot on this one. The state contends that using by the word shall in section 1690-905, the legislature intended that the filing of a uniform petition and every petitioner is mandatory, not discretionary. The state argues that appellant's failure to file a uniform petition for expungement is thus fatal to his cause. Appellant admits that he did not file a uniform petition. However, he asserts that his petition is substantially complied with the requirements of the section. He asserts further that the word shall, as used in the section, is directory rather than mandatory, and the Supreme Court determined that to be correct. That even though this court used the word shall in this situation, it was directory. So the court goes on to say—
Excuse me, did you say the court or the legislature that
The
used?
Supreme Court of Arkansas.
Okay.
The Supreme Court of Arkansas goes on to say, though ordinarily the word shall is mandatory and the word may is directory, they are often used interchangeably in legislation. And they cite to the Mabry case. In Mabry, this court recognized that to carry out the legislature's intent, the word shall may, in certain circumstances, be construed as the equivalent of the word may. This court concluded that if language of the statute considered as a whole and with due regard of its nature and object reveals that the legislature intended the word shall to be directory, it should be given that meaning. Since Mabry, this court has consistently held that the use of the word shall in a statute means that the legislature intended mandatory compliance with the statute unless such an interpretation would lead to an absurdity. This court has also consistently held that in determining whether a statute's provisions are mandatory or merely directory, we adhere to the principle that those things which are of the essence of the thing to be done are mandatory, while those not of the essence of the thing to be are directory only. So I'm arguing here today, what is the essence of the PLSB? The essence of the PLSB is to investigate, act as a fact finder for the State Board of Education to go out, investigate these complaints, go and get some facts, have hearings, and then make recommendations to the State Board. That's the essence of what the PLSB does. Not that it is even prefer in dicta, a statutory time limit is mandatory only if it in a particular and a specified consequence for failure to take action. And also doing research as far as whether or not the timeline is derogatory, I also pointed to cases from other states, and in the Supreme Court of Texas has stated, in determining whether the administrative agency intended the provision to be mandatory directory, consideration should be given to the entire rule, so I'm saying the entire statute, its nature, objects, and the consequences which would result from construing it each way. Provisions which do not go to the essence of the act to be performed, which again I argue is for them to be fact finders and make recommendations to the state board, not that that be done within a strict timeline, but which are for the purpose of promoting the proper, orderly, and prompt conduct of a business, are not ordinarily regarded as mandatory. If the provision directed doing of a thing in a certain time without any negative words restraining it afterwards, the provision is usually directory. Again, there's nothing after this statute that says, hey, you got to dismiss this complaint, they didn't follow this timeline. And I think the Slusser case goes to that, which is an Arkansas Supreme Court case. Also, Pennsylvania. Moreover, where a legislature directs that an adjudicatory body have hearing within a set period, such time constraints are directory rather than mandatory, even when phrased in mandatory languages. So I don't think it's just as clear cut as was just presented earlier. I think that shall doesn't always mean shall, that you could look at from the Fulmer case. I think that when you look at cases from other states and even the Slusser case, that you can make an interpretation that the timeline is directory and not mandatory. But I'd also like to respond to Ms. Flynn's comment about the case that was before the board in 2015. That case, the state board specifically says, which was an exhibit to my brief here, the very end, Arkansas Code annotated 617.428K does not specify a consequence for the failure to comply with the express timeline, nor do any other sections of the statute. As such, the state board concludes that Arkansas Code annotated 617.428K is directory language and does not require an evidentiary hearing to be held within 180 days of authorizing the investigation. I don't know all the facts of that case either, but I know what the order says. And I know that that right there says the state board determined in 2015 for this timeline to be directory, that it was not mandatory. And so I'd argue today that the PLSB has, through its brief and presented today, that this case should not be dismissed for failure to follow the strict timeline. And if the board has any questions, I would love to entertain any of them.
I have some questions.
Sure.
Mr. Dugan, you've referred to Slusser a lot, but Slusser also says, and I'm reading from it, when the General Assembly uses the word shall, we have said this clearly shows that it intended mandatory compliance. And in Slusser, the court held, because they used the word shall, that there was to be mandatory compliance with the timeline in that case, correct?
Yes, and so the distinction then again is that they say that there was this prerequisite. Because also if you look at the Slusser case where they say, thus the consequence for failure to act are spelled out in that statute. In our statute, the consequences, they're not spelled out. I know Ms. Flynn would probably argue that it doesn't have to be spelled out there because of this timeline, but in that particular state, as a prerequisite to be able to do this, you have to do this. In our statute, it just says you have to complete this and take action. It doesn't say if you don't, then it has to be dismissed. So that's my argument as far as distinguishing that. But I would use the Fulmer case to distinguish that, because the argument is shall means shall, and the Arkansas Supreme Court in the Fulmer case says not always.
But the other case is a case where you could substantially comply. Here, there's a firm 150 days means 150 days. It doesn't mean 151 days. Whereas in the other case you cited, you could use a form.
I'm not saying there's not an argument there. I'm saying the PLSB's argument is stronger, and the reason I'm saying that because the whole 150-day timeline, just like in, again, that case we heard today. I mean, just look at the facts of that case, or even look today as far as, the case after that. The educator's asking for a continuance. I can't help that he's in federal court, and that happens down at the lower level too. When we're trying to have evidentiary hearings, I just had one last month where we got witnesses subpoenaed, I got a panel set, I got hearing officer ready to go, and next thing you know, they hired an attorney 2 weeks before the hearing. I mean, we're gonna let them be represented by counsel at the hearing. So I would argue that having it just be 151 days, yeah, it could go over 151 days. Not having a mandatory strict compliance with that.
But if there are reasons why it goes over 150 days, like you just cited, then that's a different case. Here, in this case, the educator wasn't even contacted until after the 150 days, and that's what you said November would be the even more egregious case, correct?
Correct. You know, and I'll agree. The investigation should have been done within a more timely fashion. I concede that fact. However, I still argue that this timeline is direct. It's not mandatory. So even though it did go over, that's fine. And so the take action was at 233 days. So 83 days after that 150 days. What due process violation here, that 83 days? What's the big difference there with that 83 days as far as a due process violation, right?
But that's the General Assembly has decided. The General Assembly is the ones that set the 150 days and decided 150 days is the time period, and after that.
But also in that same statute, it does say that they can waive these requirements. The ethics subcommittee can do it, or the educator can themselves. And so there could even just be the argument there that, you know, the ethics subcommittee determines that it is directory, not mandatory, and that's been their interpretation of this law since it's been around.
Okay,
I just think this is the same case as November.
okay.
And
Ms. Newton? Microphone.
I have been listening to Mr. Dugan, and I can see where that we have to take the whole issue in mind rather than just the one word, and so I'm leaning more toward denying the appeal.
Okay. Dr. Hill? Ms. Chambers?
I think the argument's interesting. I'm not sure I understand in this particular case what would justify this being an absurd adherence if we'd been on schedule when we didn't start until after it began, or after we missed the deadline. But I'm also curious, I don't know if it's a question you can answer today, but since this is the second case in a 2-month period of time, it makes me wonder if we have the capacity at the PLSB level for the caseload that's coming to it. Can you comment on that, or will we see more of these?
You know, maybe. Again, the interpretation of the PLSB has been, in going back to that 2015 order, is that it's directory, not mandatory. So that's been the interpretation of the PLSB. Another thing is that, as I point out in my brief, what we have, not putting anyone down here, they're fantastic. We have volunteer panels. The ethics subcommittee meets once a month to do their business of authorizing all the investigations and reviewing all the reports that are given to them. And then to set hearings at capacity, I've been able to do about 4 a month because I have to, get a quorum. And it takes, as y'all saw, like with the Cloyes case, that one took 2 days. That one was an exceptional case. But most of them on average take about 4 or 5 hours each. And so.
Madam Chair, sorry to interrupt, Mr.
Yes, sir.
That's a question that is not directly with this case. Can we answer that question after you all take action on whatever you're going to do? Because that's a broader issue that I think we can help answer, and it's a very good question, and we've got some updates on that we think would help.
Can I make a comment on that? Part of the reason I asked Ms. Flynn whether she had raised the issue below is I don't want educators now to be coming in and raising this argument if they haven't raised it before. Whereas this educator did raise it before the November hearing where we brought this issue up. I do think in an appropriate case, if somebody was arguing for the first time here that they didn't move quickly enough before, I think that would be a different situation.
Well, and I just want to make sure that we were understanding this in its fullness, not putting you in a position or the department in a situation where you don't have the capacity for the caseload and the timeline, depending on the interpretation of shall and may.
Ms. Dean?
Can I just say one other thing? I'm sorry. And I don't want any of this to reflect on Mr. Dugan. He's not the one that was responsible
Who's the
for any
messenger?
of this, and I've made it clear to him repeatedly.
I'm an attorney, guys. I can take it. To be honest, y'all can put it, and I will throw myself on my client. What's the old saying? If you don't have the law, you argue the facts. If you don't have the facts, you argue the law. And so You know, right, that's what I'm doing right here. I don't have the facts, I'm arguing the law, and I think we're right on the law. I mean, I concede the fact that the investigation
Okay,
was
Ms. Dean,
started
do you have any
after.
questions? Okay, a comment?
That was part of what Ms. Chambers asked was my issue. I think that's a bigger problem, a bigger issue that can be addressed. But at the same time, I feel like the educators should not, whoever has the case, their lives should not be held in limbo, because there is a lack of staff or time or whatever. But at the same time, we don't want to set a precedent to where if the case is going on longer than it should, then that's just an excuse for behavior to go without being dealt with. But I just have an issue with someone's life just being held in limbo for such a long period of time.
Thank you. Ms. McAdoo? Dr. Moore?
Yes, so I think I want to get a better understanding.
Pull it closer, please.
If we vote to dismiss, that means this case is totally over.
That's correct.
Okay. I have grave concerns about the incidents that happened here. Therefore, if we dismiss it, nothing will have happened. It will be that Ms. Greer will be able to get her teacher license. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
For 5 years. So the sanction that was recommended by the panel was a 5-year non-issuance of license and a $500 fine.
Was that from the date of the incident or from the date of now?
It would be the date of the state board order.
Okay, and there will be no additional ramifications if we dismiss it?
Correct.
Is that correct? Despite the fact that the PLSB did find findings and made a recommendation?
Correct.
To do such? Okay. If we don't dismiss it, then do we have a hearing on this, or does it proceed as a?
So if
recommended by-
y'all denied the motion, then the recommendation from the state board, from the evidentiary hearing, I believe, when I spoke with Ms. Flynn, if it was denied, would like to ask the board for leniency, if I'm correct. Is that correct? Jennifer Flynn? So they're not prepared to do that today, but.
Okay, so we would have a future hearing potentially at that point.
So basically what we're saying is, is there middle ground between dismissal and not dismissal, like in 2 years, 3 years, that kind of thing? Okay.
Mm-mm.
Is that what you were asking?
Well,
So-
I mean, if we did not deny it today, then we would have a future hearing in which we could adjust the PLSB if we felt necessary.
Can I speak with Ms. Flynn real quick?
Sure.
So yeah, just ruling on this motion today, and so if this motion was denied, then it would be the sanction from the PLSB, which was that 5-year non-issuance of license and $500 fine.
Mr. Williamson? Ms. McFettridge? Commissioner, Secretary Key?
Mr. Dugan, in your brief, you referred to the Supreme Court stating that the word shall indicates mandatory compliance unless such an interpretation would lead to an absurdity. Is that an absurdity with respect to the process or an absurdity with respect to the outcome?
What I'm arguing there is that the legislative intent, it would be absurd that the legislature would require this to be such a strict mandatory compliance of 150 days, because what it would do then is allow educators unethical, egregious conduct to just go. I don't think that would be absurd of an interpretation.
So an absurdity that links process and outcome.
Correct.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
under your interpretation, though, there would be no deadline whatsoever.
Correct.
Which would be absurd.
We as attorneys, we just,
Okay.
read a little word.
All right, back to the thing. I think the hesitation that you may be feeling from the board is that when the legislature passes laws and they come to us and they use the word shall, like you shall in 5 years, you shall. We have not, and I remember when Mr. Ledbetter was the chair, there was a discussion between him and an attorney about you can't argue legislative intent, you can only argue what was done. And I'm not an attorney, the two of you are, I'm not even gonna get in there, but you're dealing with a board that is used to shall means shall, not may. So, Ms. Newton?
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
Mr. Dugan, if we were to deny the motion, this wouldn't end it for the educator. They could appeal.
That's correct. So they would be able to appeal this decision to circuit
If it
court?
did get appealed, then we might get some clarity on if shall means shall or if it's directed.
Correct.
Okay.
And that order, so the non-issuance of license starts from that state board order. So unless there was a stay during that time, she would not be able to get that license
Yeah.
during that appeals process.
Part of the concern we may have is that it's been 2 years. We're now hearing it, so then it would make it 7 years.
Right.
So, you know, that is something. Plus, as Ms. Dean was pointing out, the putting, you know, that's a long time to not be able to continue your occupation or pursue your occupation. And that's perhaps, I have no idea what their intent was. They put a limit on, you know, if y'all can't get this started in this length of time, how serious can it be? So, you know, I don't know, but
Valid point.
I will take a motion at this time if everybody's finished with discussion, and we'll see if we get a second and what the vote is.
I move to dismiss the proceeding.
Have a motion to dismiss. Do I have a second?
Second?
Second by Ms. Chambers. Roll call.
Dr. Moore? Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. McFetrich?
No.
Ms. Dean? Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Dr. Hill?
No.
Ms. Newton?
No.
Mr. Peckron?
Yes.
Would you,
Would you
did
go
any,
back to them and see if they're
anyone who
abstaining
does
or
not voted wish to vote or declare an abstention? Dr. Moore?
Abstain.
Ms. Dean? Vote is 3-3. Madam Chair, would you like to vote?
No. I'm not, I mean, no, I would not like to vote. Motion fails.
Okay. Motion fails, 3-4, 3 against, 2 abstentions.
Do we have another motion? That motion failed. When you make a motion and it's a tie vote, then the motion fails because it didn't get a majority, in case you're wondering what happened.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So we didn't have the opportunity to argue the merits. We argued we listened to the technicalities of the current circumstance. If I understood a question and an answer earlier, we can't, given that 2 years have already passed, and if we heard this, what would it take for us to have an opportunity, given the failure of the last motion, to hear this and to weigh in on what, however we were to decide what might be a shorter time frame than 5 years from now?
Can I visit? Would it be all right if I visited with Ms. Flynn and Ms. Freno?
Please.
Would that be all right?
Please. Yeah, we've got a person's profession in front of us. We take whatever you need.
In filing this motion, normally what would have happened in this situation is the motion would have been filed and they would have requested the appeal before the state board. And that would have given you all the opportunity, if the motion was denied, to hear the arguments. And after you heard the arguments, you would have the opportunity to either accept them or, accept or reject. In this case, that was not asked for as a part of any relief. And Ms. Flynn earlier had said, if Ms. Flynn says at this point, it's not perfectly clear in the rules, I'll say that. So if Ms. Flynn at this point says, we want to proceed if the motion, if, you know, we want to proceed next month to a hearing, to the appeal hearing, and the board decides it wants to do that, that's something the board would be allowed to do. But I heard her say earlier, it wasn't in the filing as a form of relief, and I heard her say earlier that's not something she'd be interested in. But that certainly is something that if the board would want to do that, and the educator wanted to do that,
So she could change her request in the midst of this hearing.
I think she can make an oral motion right now to ask for a continuance, just like Mr. Blackstock did, kind of breaking it up, so that next month she can come back and she can submit argument, or she can submit an appeal.
Okay, do the three of you still need to speak?
If I may.
Yes, come to the microphone and identify yourself.
I'm Jennifer Flynn, attorney for Ms. Gear. We weren't prepared to argue the merits of the case today. If the board would like, we could do that next month. I guess what I'm saying is I guess we would ask for a continuance to be able to come back, I guess much like we did or you all did in the first case today, to be able to argue those, I guess the merits of the case next month. So we would ask for, I guess I'm making a motion for a continuance.
So you're rather than taking what this board might decide, and if it went against your client, and instead of going to circuit court, you are saying, I would like another opportunity in front of this board to plead my case, or plead her case.
Yes, ma'am, that's what we're asking.
Okay. Right, do have a motion.
Do we need to deny the motion for, to dismiss first?
I would think.
I think we
We
just
did, we did that, okay, so that's taken care of, okay.
So do I have a motion to accept her request to have a continuance?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Chambers, second by Ms. McFettridge. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. It will be on the February agenda, and the meeting is the second Thursday of February. Thank you, board.
Now, Madam Chair, if we could go back to the question, Ms. Chambers' question
All right.
earlier.
Sure.
I don't think we need to table for this. Dr. Pfeffer, I know she was on her way up at one point and maybe want to help, but I'll try. So, so you asked if we could expect more of these. So you know that the timing of these two cases, we have to go back to where we had an attorney who had been called up for active duty, and during that time we were shorthanded. So the interaction, and I think we might have been shorthanded on investigators too at the time. So the interaction between investigators and PLSB attorney was very difficult, just because of the length of time, and the active duty situation was very extended, and then it extended again. So we were unable to hire permanent replacement. So the attorneys, and Mr. Dugan especially, were filling in. And so that we have now hired an attorney to be in that role. It even goes back to when we had an attorney who took a position at a school district who was kind of the managing attorney over that area. So after about 2 years or so of just being various stages of being shorthanded, we now are fully staffed. The new attorney is coming on board, I think, Monday or sometime soon, 2 weeks. Okay, so anyway, that we don't expect. I mean, they're still cleaning up a docket, backlog docket, but we don't expect that you will be seeing, I hope not, any more of these types of cases. There may be a few that are still working through the system, but I think going forward, you're going to see a much more expeditious work product coming from PLSB.
So would us not having the attorney so they can have the hearing have affected the beginning of the investigation, or is that what you're saying because y'all were short of investigators also?
I think it's all the above. At
Okay.
different times, it's been all the above.
Okay. But through no fault of the educator?
Well, I wouldn't say that because each case is different, so that would go to delays or requests for delays or anything like that that might have come from the educator in any of these cases, so I wouldn't want to generalize that.
Okay, thank you.
May I ask a further question?
Yes,
On
Dr.
that,
Moore?
and this is maybe something I should flesh out outside of it right now, but I know that PLSB is also limited, and that is a voluntary board with a certain number of people. Has there ever been any conversations, and I know that's in legislator, but about talking with legislator about the makeup and comprise of that maybe larger in a different form so that that body would not be so overburdened?
We have made adjustments to the membership of PLSB as we've seen, you know, the need for it over time. I think you just have a situation now where there are a lot of things that are in place now that weren't in place 10 years ago with respect to social media, different things like that,
Right.
where cases that may not have come before us in the past are now coming,
Right.
and PLSB has to work through it. So,
Well, and I greatly appreciate that work, but I would like to have a superintendent there, you know, every hearing case, but also knowing that that superintendent is taking time off from their district to come be there.
right.
I know it's a hard
Dr. Pepper?
place to be.
Yes, and Ivy Pfeffer with the division. One thing that I want us to look at is, I think it was 2015 when there was a change made in the process where you not only have the subcommittee hearing, then you have an evidentiary hearing if an educator chooses to do so. Prior to that, there weren't a lot of evidentiary hearings that were done, and I don't think we lengthened the timeline. I think that just got to be an added component, and now it's become very, very common practice for an educator to go ahead and have an attorney, and they go beyond the original recommendation to that evidentiary hearing panel. So, and every time there's a report done or something sent to the educator, there's always a 30-day period where they can respond, and if a change is made, then you have to go back, and there's this constant length of timeline that I think we want to look at and determine, are these legislative changes that need to be made, or are they changes we can make within our processes and rules? And another component could even be, and now that Carly Saraceni is here, she has experience not only as a PLSB member, experience here at the Department of Ed, and now leading the division. I think her expertise will help. She's got extensive experience with human resources, but there may even need to be some thought about should cases be elevated based on the type of case that it is, and some flexibility to be able to say, okay, when it's a case of a serious nature, especially with children, should that maybe be expedited or some kind of shifting versus something that would be, you know, a different type of offense. And again, those may need to be legislative changes, but we're going to start really working hard on that immediately, and we'll, you know, keep you all updated on what we find, because I appreciate the difficulty you had today. And I will say too that we are really going to be watching that so that you're not put in this position again.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
welcome, Ms. Saraceni. We're glad to have you. Item number 4, the Mule Rider Learning Educators Advanced Practicum, LEAP. We had these people before us about some other districts, and we will let them make their presentation, or let Ms., you're not, Ms. Rowland?
I'm not. I'm Melissa Jacks, as most of you know, and I'm with Educator Licensure on behalf of Michael Rowland today. And Ms. Zook just introduced about the LEAP program, which was before you in August. Dr. Dobbins has come back today with some more districts that she would like to add to that program. And at this time, I'll just ask Dr. Dobbins to come up.
Thank you. When you come to the microphone, if you will get your mouth as close as you can to it and identify yourself.
Hi, I'm Neely Dobbins from SAU. I'm the chair of the Department of Teacher Ed, and I'm here with 5 other districts today to add to our program. We added 1 in August as our pilot, and then we added 4 more in November, and now we have 5 more that have come on board. Not to mean that we're going to have people in 10 districts doing LEAP this semester, but that have just talked about the opportunity and would like to have this opportunity going forward. So we thought we would come again as a group and share it with you guys. Do y'all have any questions for me? I think since you guys know about it.
Yeah, let me start on this side. Ms. McAdoo, do you have any questions? Dr. Moore?
Yes, thank y'all for coming up here today. We know that, I guess we've seen this a couple of times with y'all's program and others this year. And I know that y'all are really working to give your pre-service teachers opportunities as well as your districts. But I do have some concern that you are growing too quickly and that those approved today will be placed this semester, which is a challenge. Is that the truth, or what will that look like?
No. Okay, so we actually have 2 people that are being considered, but not actually from any of these districts. So we have 1 Spanish education student teacher that is being placed in a teacher's classroom this semester that is pregnant. And so when she goes on maternity leave, he will take over her classroom for the weeks that she's out. We have another situation, and that's in Magnolia. We have another situation in El Dorado where a teacher has broken her back and has thinks that she is going to be able to make it through May, but we have a student teacher in that classroom that is eligible, and if the teacher ends up having to have surgery, she will then take over as the long-term sub in that classroom. So those are the only 2 that we have in place for the spring at this second. So these districts are really just so that we can be prepared when we are starting with student teachers once we get them all placed in May, and then we send the list out to them so they can kind of hire over the summer if nothing else comes open.
Okay, and I guess, and I know that, I don't want to ask this in an unfair way.
No,
but
you're good.
The program is not so that districts can fill vacancies, but it's so that your students are, you are preparing your students in the best way possible. Is that correct?
Yes, and so, obviously, our hope is that our districts all find qualified teachers in classrooms. But if they can't, and that often happens in South Arkansas, either our MAT candidates or our student teachers as a last resort. Our MAT candidates I wouldn't say would be a last resort because they're in the program for that, but that our student teachers would then be able to help fill those voids at any time for whatever the situation, long-term sub for the pregnancy issue or, a sickness, or if there's truly by the end of July no one that has applied for a position and we have a student teacher who can do it, then that would be better than putting someone in a classroom that does not have experience.
Okay, and then from that, remind me, if you are those student teachers, how much classroom time do they have before?
Before, they have a significant amount, and truly off the top of my head, I don't want to misspeak about hours. It's dependent on the program, but they have around 100 hours-ish between intro to ed, field experience 1, field experience 2, prior to going out and student teaching. They teach multiple lessons throughout. We also have experiences in all programs like family nights, STEM days, all those kinds of things. So they get a pretty significant amount of experience prior to student teaching.
Okay, I think I don't have to have every district come up, but I want a commitment that they're working to have strong mentors for these teachers.
Definitely.
Like.
And actually, that's the one thing I told them all. I was like, they're going to make sure that you guys but they all have, I promise, talked with me in regards to the types of mentors they're going to have and the support they have. It looks a little bit different in most, in the districts, but full support in all of them.
Thank you.
Mr. Williams? Ms. McFettridge?
How much training have they got in the science of reading before they're in
the science of reading? So we have been approved through Ed Prep for our science of reading courses. We have revamped our reading courses. We have Teaching Lit 1, Teaching Lit 2, and Advanced Literacy. And so for all elementary ed candidates, they've taken those courses and they are science of reading ready and are taking the foundations of test and passing it. Our middle school students take 6 hours of literacy coursework that is around science of reading, and that has been approved as well. So they are well-versed, they know it, and for middle school, all math, science, English, social studies take those courses. So we didn't just limit it to our English candidates.
And then how about the high school level?
Our high school students take 3 hours of it now. Of the courses that are required in science of reading is the way it works now.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Ms. Dean? Ms. Chambers?
No, thank you.
Dr. Hill? Ms. Newton?
Did you have students placed this last fall?
Yes, ma'am, we had 2 in the fall that were in Magnolia School District, that when we came and we piloted it with them, and both were hired as the full-time teacher this spring.
How did that process go in Magnolia?
Yeah, it went really good. Actually, the teachers that were in the building in those same grade levels rallied around them and were huge supports. The district was a huge support and had people in those classrooms often, and obviously we were there a lot, ensuring and checking in with the students. And it went really well from the beginning to the end. And our candidates, I mean, we're kind of like a family. SAU's motto is it feels like home, and it really is. And our students and their supervisors were really close, constant contact to ensure that those students were capable of doing what they were doing and doing it well.
So if you had to describe the support system for those 2 students, could you do that for me?
Yeah, I mean, it's constant. It is between us going into the classrooms. We have 3 to 4 required observations, but then they have weekly to bi-weekly contact always with the supervisor, and anytime there was a concern, then the supervisor would go. The supervisors also were in weekly contact with their direct whatever person that was the, kind of their mentor at the school to ensure that there was no problems or concerns. And then just anytime, we knew partnering teachers around those teachers, and so they would, contact us. The district had district support in those classrooms. I mean, those candidates had people supporting them in their classrooms multiple times a week.
Okay, all right. And those were my 2 questions. Thank you.
Mr. Peckrod?
No.
Okay.
I've got one other, I'm sorry.
Okay, Ms. McFadden?
I noticed that the help me with this
Strong
pronunciation, has not signed the agreement. They've just typed a name in. Is that superintendent supportive of the program?
Here, I did sign it. I think what was, I'm sorry.
You'll need to come to the microphone. Sorry, we're being live streamed, and they'll want to hear your voice and see your pretty face.
Your name was just typed in, so I was wondering if you supported this program.
Kimberly Thomas, Strong Huddock School District. I did sign, I think what was submitted, and
That's probably my fault.
it's just, but I have signed the agreement, and our district is very excited to have an opportunity to participate with this program.
Well, I thought that was probably the case, but I thought it was unusual not to get the signature. But thank you, and thank you for being here today. We're excited about this program.
And have y'all taken this before your school boards? Yes, no?
We've had conversation with our board members.
Right.
But we've not actually had, like, I guess, a resolution from the board until we know that it's
Okay.
an actual partnership.
Okay.
It's kind of in limbo right now.
Thank you. I think the concern, did I have another question?
You can go, and I'll
Okay,
ask after you.
I think the concern I have, I went through my school info, which, now we're data rich, and thinking in terms, Ms. Coffin, I may need you to help me with this, on new teachers and effective and ineffective. I'm wondering, because as I look at their lack of growth, as I look at the number of students in need of support, as I look at, even at Strong Huddock, where your N is so small that we can't even look up to see what your achievement and growth are, I'm not sure that the teachers that are currently there are as well prepared to mentor someone else. And I don't know those teachers. They may be the best teachers in the state. I am certainly not pointing fingers at them.
Right.
I just know that based on the data that I have concern about whether these student teachers are going to be able to become effective teachers with the mentoring that they may be getting here.
Okay, so let me also say this. SAU has kind of, well, so we have MAT candidates all over the state.
Right.
So we had to, and I can't be everywhere, and I'm the director of the program. So we had to revamp internship, and that is also what we have now decided we're going to do with student teaching, because we really do at SAU believe in PLCs, and that is at the heart of what we're doing. Our department is a PLC 100% for our candidates. We look at their specific data and figure out how to do it and how to make them grow. And so what we've done with student teaching and with MAT internship is in Blackboard, they have modules that are bi-weekly. So, they're kind of in 2-week modules, and they are doing mini lessons, observing each other, talking about, this is what I did in it, and this is what I need help with. And they're talking to each other about it. We're observing them. And so I think with that added piece, they're not only helping each other, but we're able to help them and see, and they're learning about really that reflective improvement. And so we piloted that this fall, and we are moving to do that this spring with our student teachers. So I couldn't quite say, like when Ms. Newton asked what it was like in the fall, all of our student teachers are going to be in a situation like that. So not only are our supervisors going to be going out with them, but they are going to be doing very directive things that is very reflective on their practices, watching themselves, watching each other, giving each other feedback. So I think that support also is going to help them, and we're going to be able to catch practices. And in a small video or a long video, you're able to go, here's the things that you got to work on before I see you in 2 weeks again. Mm-hmm. And so that truly, I believe, is going to also help and give them a lot more support.
And what is your current pass rate of your different students, and how many students do you have in your teacher prep programs?
So, okay, so our current teacher prep programs, I would hate to give a number that I don't know off the top of my head, so I'm sorry. But I know that we have approximately 60 student teachers this spring. For those that are in LEAP, meaning they've passed all their tests and they're ready for licensure, there are currently, I think, about 13 that have, they're ready. Now, to apply to student teaching, and so there's a caveat when I say that, they have to provide us with a ticket that they have signed up for their test, okay? Because we have our issue is that the semester before they are still in some of the science reading courses. And so we have a hard time saying that you must have passed when you're still learning content. And it's the same way with some of our secondary. When they're still getting that secondary content the semester before, then I can't, it's hard because student teaching packets are due at the end of September, and so they might not have passed their test yet. And so when they submit those, they only have to submit a ticket, and they have to have taken it by March, okay? But I will say we just looked at licensure data, and we're able to, anyone in our program that wasn't licensed, it's because they have chosen a different career, or we only had, out of those from last year, a couple that truly just could not license. And so I don't think that our candidates aren't prepared to be out there. I mean, I do believe we have some that, once they've student taught, have just decided this isn't a career for me. But I don't want to give you a number about the specific people that have passed tests right this second in student teaching, just because of the way we deal with it at SAU.
Mm-hmm. Because, if I'm in a program and I'm getting good grades,
right,
and I take the test and I don't pass it, that makes
That's a
me
concern.
as a state board member think of
Yes,
grade inflation,
yes.
not a
No,
good
I completely understand that. Our pass rate on the PLT is extremely high.
Okay.
And we are continuing the PLT at SAU. We are not going to a different exam to prove pedagogy. Our secondary contents have struggled in the past, but we have revised them significantly, hoping to see that trend change. Our middle school program was taken over by a new director about 3 years ago, and it went from having maybe 5 people in the program to it's currently got 40. She revamped the programs, and so we're also trying to watch that trend happen. But one thing that I can say that we have done is, for example, elementary, we noticed that they weren't passing the science exams, so we added a second science course and figured out a different course that we could remove. We did the same thing for social studies in our elementary programs. So we're constantly looking at what's happening, looking at the content that's in our programs, and ensuring that the decisions we make, one, are data-based, and two, are to ensure that the candidates that leave our campus are truly ready for classroom and with the content that they have.
Okay. Dr. Moore, do you have any more questions?
Yes, and I'm sure we talked about this earlier
You're
in the
fine.
fall, but what is the timeline on this? Is
Oh.
it indefinite agreement? or what?
At this point, that's, I think what our hope is. I mean, I can come back and provide you guys with updates at any time. I know that we've said that we will provide you guys with that, but we don't anticipate having to come in front of you guys unless y'all really just want to see me, yearly to say, hey, can we keep going with all these districts?
Well, perhaps if you'll keep Ms. Jacks informed.
Definitely,
Then
yes.
if she has concerns, she can bring them to us.
Yes, that would be
And
great.
Would that work for you? Okay.
Yeah, and I think I said this before too, but I think I would like to hear from all the universities doing this and other programs like Opportunity School Culture. They're doing, the similar thing of taking someone not yet licensed, allowing them in a classroom. Because I think they can all learn from each other and we can learn from all the different models and shape our thinking moving forward.
Okay. Ms. Jacks, you heard this? Okay. Do have a motion on this item.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Newton, seconded by Dr. Hill. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank y'all.
Item 5 is Arkansas Tech Guidelines for Internship and Long-Term Subs.
Yes, Melissa Jacks. And we also have today Dr. David Bell from Arkansas Tech. And he is here to present a plan for internships options with partnering districts. The Hector School District is here with him today.
Did you say Hector?
Hector.
Okay.
And they are representing a district in need of this. Okay.
When you come to the microphone, if you will speak clearly and state your name.
Good morning, David Bell, Arkansas Tech University. I'm the Director of Licensure and Support Services at Arkansas Tech. I'm a relative short timer there. I've been there 33 years, so maybe they're going to keep me for a while. But what you have in front of you is written in response to needs in our area districts that are our partner schools. We are very appreciative of the support that they provide for us, and in return, we want to be supportive of their needs. From time to time, they have a need for long-term subs that they can't fill with qualified candidates, and we have decided that our interns might help with that, and so that's what the policy that you have in front of you is in reference to. It has some teeth into the policy. First of all, these requests would have to be initiated by the district. They'd have to make a request to us that they had a really acute need to put someone in their classroom, and then we would take a look at whether we had interns that might help them with that. The intern would have to have passed all the appropriate praxis tests for their field. They would have to have a 3-point cumulative or above to be considered for this program, and they would have to have the approval of their advisor. At Tech, most of the time, their advisors would wind up being a division or a department chair. But in reality, anybody that we would suggest for this, I would look at it as licensure officer. Our placement person, we've just hired a new one, she would look at it. The dean, the associate dean would look at it. We're talking about quality candidates that we feel comfortable could go out there and do a good job with that. And yes, ma'am.
And what about the supervision on site?
Okay. We would provide they'll get the basic supervision that all interns would get, but then above and beyond that, we will work closely with any districts. As example, Hector's 20 miles away from us. So anything they needed to be successful beyond a regular internship, they would get. And then if you would allow Mr. Taylor to come, he can talk specifically about what the district would be prepared to do, and he could even talk about the one candidate that we have in mind if you approve this policy, okay?
Wait, if you'll wait just a second.
Sure.
Do any of you have questions of him before we bring the superintendent up? Ms. Newton?
Good morning. I'm just gonna be honest, I have some concerns, okay? And my concern is the support system for these teachers that are interns that are going to be placed. Because the statement that I'm reading on your plan says the school district will provide the novice teacher support to these candidates as required by the department, just as it would for any beginning teacher. But these are not the same as any beginning teachers because they are not going to have had that intern experience to rely on.
Well, you're correct. They wouldn't have the intern experience, but the programs in Arkansas, because of our NCAPE now, CAPE accreditation, have very, very significant field experiences before they get to internship. For example, in our program, everybody's done 50 or 60 clinical experience hours, and then they would have done an internship 1 experience, which would be another 80 or 90 hours. These are candidates that would be an internship 2 experience, so they would already have lots of work on site. But you're absolutely correct. They would not have the what we call internship 2 to support them. So that's why we would be prepared to provide any extra support that they might need. And we're going to work closely with the district because they're going to see them on a daily basis. They're going to be right there in the district.
And one of my other concerns is it seems like you're saying that you're going to provide for support, but you don't have a detailed plan of what that support is going to look like.
As a minimum, all of our interns receive a minimum of 4 visits from a supervisor from Arkansas Tech University. People that are hired under this plan, of course, would not have what's called a supervising teacher or a cooperating teacher in the public schools. But what we envision, their curriculum supervisor would serve in that purpose. The principal in the district would serve in that purpose. And in the case of smaller districts, the superintendent would actually be involved in monitoring and making sure that they have the support that we need. And we share your concern. Those are very legitimate concerns.
I would encourage you, if this goes forward, to sit down and develop a specific idea of what plan of support that you're going to give these teachers once they get out into these different situations. My other question is, you talked about that the districts had to initiate and ask for the interns, ask for a situation. Are you envisioning just specific districts, or are you envisioning any district in the state?
Well, if this is approved, initially there will be one district. It'll be Hector. And then if we have needs beyond that, we would come back to this board with those specific districts.
So this plan right now is only going to approve for this one intern at Hector, is that what you're saying? Okay.
We would assume, though, that and we're gonna monitor and assess carefully how this works. And of course, that'll be all a part of our CAPE accreditation report that we share. And we'll make any adjustments that we need based on how this works. We don't envision we would have lots of requests for this, but we envision this as a way to help our partner schools when they have a really acute need and they can't, place a fully licensed teacher back in the district. And I think you'll better understand this when Mr. Taylor gets to describe his situation.
Could you tell me what grade level and subject area that you're looking at?
Yeah, this particular case, the young man is a middle-level educator. His field is science and social studies. He's a 3.72 cumulative average GPA. He has the support of the College of Education people at Tech, and he would be teaching primarily science at Hector, but Mr. Taylor can tell you specifically what his schedule would be.
Okay.
Mr. Peckler? Ms. McAdoo? Dr. Moore?
Yes, so have you looked at the program at UAFS or SAU or UAM?
Yes, I've looked at both of them.
Why did y'all choose to do this approach as a long-term sub as opposed
Well,
to
as I
others?
understand it, theirs is more aligned toward providing employment opportunities for them as they finish the program. The one I looked at I believe was UALR, I think, that they had to even have an offer of employment before they could be in the program. And we wanted to do ours, not that we don't want our candidates to be employed, because certainly, we do. But we view this more as a service to our partner schools when they have an acute need to put a really qualified person in their classroom. I mean, would we rather have someone as a sub that has little or no college training and no teacher preparation, or someone who is an intern and they've had 3.5 years of college and a built-in support system?
I guess I'm trying to wrap my mind around, but you also want this to be a great experience for that person. I mean,
Absolutely.
It's not just to fill a hole or the
Absolutely.
problem. So I think echoing Ms. Noon, I want to see more of how are you all and how is that local district supporting that teacher? And if we were to prove this, and you could do it with anyone, what is stopping you from having 20 next year? And y'all have the capacity to do that and all that?
Well, there's a couple of things that would be stopping us from having 21. We certainly don't have the support system to support 20. I can tell you honestly, and I don't remember the name, last year we helped the Dover School District with one applicant, and we didn't appear before this state board because Joan Leno handled all the paperwork for that, and it was very successful. The applicant was very, very pleased with what had happened. The district was extremely pleased with what happened. If you would like that name, I'd be happy to look that up and get that to Melissa. But that's actually what started our thoughts about doing this.
I think some of the other programs, and maybe Melissa can correct me if I'm wrong, are doing this where that teacher becomes teacher of record.
This would be a teacher of record because they're a long-term sub.
Paid as a long-term sub, not as a teacher.
Correct.
In that case.
Yes, and that part would be different.
Okay, why did y'all decide to go that route? Or was that a district choice?
Well, I mean, we would be happy to consider other choices. We just thought that would be an appropriate way to start this.
Okay,
Mr. Williamson? Okay, Ms. McFetrich?
I have a question, I think, for Ms. Jacks.
Would you straighten your microphone?
Doesn't the department have to approve all long-term subs, if I got that wrong?
Yes, ma'am, we do. We have to approve all long-term subs, and when they don't have a bachelor's degree, that's why these programs are coming before, asking for these types of different waivers or programs and pilots that they're working through.
So tell me the process then. If Hector decides they need a long-term sub, don't they first come to the department to get that approval?
They will apply for a long-term sub, yes, ma'am. And if that person doesn't have a degree, we would deny that long-term sub application. And that long-term sub is over 30 days. So in these cases, if it was someone that was in one of these partnerships through the university and through the school district, then we would approve it. Okay, thank you.
That clears my mind, thank you.
And I can tell you that this individual's application is already on file with David Baca at DESE, and we're waiting what this board does in terms of how to move forward with that.
Okay, this is a concern that it's not unique to Tech, but we ask the same question of all the universities. Where are you all with regard to having professors that are trained to use the science of reading as far as teaching these teachers?
Yes,
who are going?
we're very active in the science of reading. All our professors are active in the statewide group that meets routinely talking about the science of reading. You know, we have our courses aligned on campus with the science of reading. We're working closely with DESE and all of their requirements for that. We have some outstanding reading professors. We've been very fortunate to be able to hire and keep them.
Okay, and are the ones who will be overseeing this gentleman as well as others, I know it's science, but you have to read in science, are they trained as observers, or there's probably a different term?
All of our professors are very familiar with the test system. They're trained observers. We routinely do calibrations to see that our professors are accurate and reliable and see things basically the same way when they look at it.
Thank you. The superintendent, if you'd like to come up and sell us on this program, and then we'll take a vote.
Yes, Mark Taylor, Superintendent of Hector School District.
Welcome.
Our situation was kind of unique, and it's not ideal. We just had a science teacher resign before the very first day of school, and we could not find a certified person to take that role, so we used Virtual Arkansas for the first semester. However, some of our stakeholders were concerned, as well as I am. Science is a hands-on. 20% of that subject area is labs. So we were concerned about the not getting that hands-on experience from science, so I reached out to Arkansas Tech. We actually had a candidate. This young man is a homegrown student of ours who graduated in 2014, top of his class. Excited that he was a biology science major. So I started working with Dr. Bell with the possibility of working with him as an internship, doing his internship in this classroom. So we have a lot of support for this young man. We feel like with our curriculum coordinator, we also have 2 teachers that will be side by side with him, both science teachers. A secondary science 9 through 12. We also have a middle level science that we'll be working with. Both these are experienced teachers and have tremendous experience over the years. One 43 years, one 27. So I feel like we have a great support system in place for this young man. Obviously, he's one of ours. We want him to succeed. And my plan is to hire him full time as a certified teacher if this semester goes well and he completes his internship. We want to make sure that we can, hire him and full-time into this position.
Does anyone have questions of the superintendent?
I appreciate you speaking. I think it alleviates a lot of my concerns about a support network and what that looks like. I want to make sure from the department, I think I only want to approve this for this case. And if more districts want to be added, I feel like, as we've done with SAU, they would need to come back. Is that okay?
Ms. Saraceni has something to say, if you'll give her a chance.
Carly Saraceni, the new Assistant Commissioner of Educator Effectiveness and Licensure. And yes, we are wanting to make sure that we have procedures in place and that we have that support system. And we will work with the recruitment and retention process and make sure that the mentoring's there as well. And work with the districts and with the universities. And so make sure that we have a plan for everyone that wants to go through this process, because we know that if they're not successful, they leave the profession within 5 years. So it's vital that we make this experience not only for the district and the students, but also for a potential teacher lifer. We want to retain those.
Okay, so we can ask that if next semester this would be, the district would have to come before us to approve that.
Because I really think it probably needs to be district, then the partnership with the university, or maybe it may be an alternate plan.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Secretary?
Yeah, just to remind the board that I think we're in our 2nd year of how we do teacher mentoring now through the co-ops. So, that's before it was school-based or district-based. Now it's co-op-based. Not saying that one is going to create a strain on the co-op. I would say that at all. But if this is something that grows, that is something we need to work with our co-ops too on, and just to add to what Carly mentioned to y'all.
Mr. Secretary, could I ask?
No, I'm good.
Go right ahead.
Well, This is, like for our district, this is not something that we, a long-term solution. This is not something we're gonna look for every time. However, at times, math and science are very hard for small rural districts to come by. So, in my 4 years, this is the first time that we've had a situation where we just could not fill a certified position, so.
Ms. Chambers?
I so appreciate the creativity that individual schools, districts are bringing to bear on what continues to be an opportunity to, and I would say, paths to licensure. So my question for the secretary is, Mr. Secretary, is I think we've heard multiple variations on a theme in terms of creating capacity where we need it. And I just wonder if there's an opportunity at some point to hear, because you've heard several questions. We've heard versions of this, but it's not quite the same in different districts, which is great. But at some point, do we look for commonality? Do we look for best practices? Do we look how to create scale? And it also, I think, would be helpful to know how many teachers as a percent of the total for the state we have in some an alternative path to licensure, just to get a sense. We're making discrete decisions that I think are very good. It just helps to have context periodically on where that decision sits.
Yeah, well, she can come and talk about that too, Dr. Pfeffer can, but I would say that what you're seeing here is an example of what we have encouraged. We have encouraged school districts and our higher ed institutions to be creative in a positive way. So, you know, as far as commonality, I think from a macro scale, the commonality is, look, there are situations where we need to accelerate the path depending on the need in the partner districts or in the district served by the institution. You know, this is not non-traditional. I mean, this is an MAT candidate, is it, or is it a traditional candidate?
No, this is an undergraduate traditional
okay.
candidate.
So in
yes.
this case, this is a variation of how do we get somebody in a classroom even faster. So that's maybe not the same as what we've seen, but it's something that if we do it well, then we meet the need of the district, meet the need of students, and we, like I said, we accelerate that time to get the experience and the mentorship, which is vital. And that's where we can bring you data, and we have data on the percentages of those coming from traditional and non-traditional programs. That's pretty standard. You know, where we are seeing the creativity is still in small scale. If you remember the Southeast Arkansas with UA Monticello and that work that's going on there, it's still a relatively small scale, right, Melissa? I mean, the numbers aren't big, but they are big to a small district that needs a science teacher. You know, so that's what I'd say. I mean, this is just a continuation of what we have asked and encouraged our partners to do. Be creative, you know, informed risk-taking, pulling that term out of our values. That's what we're seeing here. We just want to make sure it's on, that we have the processes in place to make sure.
And up until a few years ago, you know, we have had requests similar to this at Tech, and our answer has been no. I mean, we'd like to help you, but we don't have a way, or we don't have a mechanism to help you. So, you know, for the first time, there's actually a procedure in place that will let us help some of these districts, and we're very appreciative of that.
And my comments were just, I applaud the creativity. I think it's essential. It's just hearing then, as we see things that are working particularly well, how could we share that and accelerate it so that we are able to enjoy it across the state?
And I'm sure Ms. Jacks at the end of the year can give us the percent by district and the percent by state that you have on long-term subs, ALPs, those different kind of things. It would be a lot of work for nothing if she did it each month, because, you know. Yeah, but at the end of the year, it gives you a perspective from year to year on those kind of things. Dr. Pfeffer?
Yes, and I think something that's unique about this is this really isn't where you're talking about a long-term sub when you all were talking. I mean, this person will become the teacher of record. That raises it to a little bit different level than a long-term sub that is usually, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, but you still have a teacher that is staying connected. So I think that's a difference. So I'm just going to say a couple of different things that really speak to what we're working on, and I think you're going to see things happening pretty quickly over the next few months in the Educator Effectiveness and Licensure Division. One component could be the opportunity culture work. And what that changes is that could actually create a system where in a school district, a student intern is regularly paired with a highly effective teacher. And the constant theme of their work is they're in there, they're responsible for students, but they've constantly got that touch from a highly effective teacher. That's the work they started at North Little Rock, and that Carly's going to be able to talk to you all more about. So I don't know, I think over the last few months, or last couple of years, we, like somebody mentioned a minute ago, if this is coming from the district working with higher ed, I think that's a much better approach than just having several higher ed institutions have different ways that they're doing it. And I think that's where your concerns are coming from. So we want to help the districts have a model. So whether it's opportunity culture, or what we're really going to try to create is a pathway for students from high school participating in a teacher cadet program or a career ed teacher completer all the way through back to the district. And so therefore we can really close the gap between preparation and practice if we've got students who really work from the time they're in high school all the way through their career until they come back. And so they're constantly getting that exposure to students, exposure to experience, and they're being seeing teachers modeling really good instruction all along the way. So I think in this case, approving it for this situation, because you can see there's a really strong partnership, is something good, but also looking at each one uniquely, and hopefully within the next few months, we're going to be bringing some solutions that districts can tap into that'll help them out. So thank you.
And also, I want to thank Tech and SAU earlier that you're getting involved and getting on board with teachers with the science of reading. As a teacher, and I can tell you, it would have been really helpful to me had I been taught that at college instead of having to learn it after the fact. So, do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Newton to approve. Second by Ms. McFettridge. All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Smith? The Joint Ed was meeting the other day, and they just wondered, do we ever look at these, and how often do we look at these, and do we ever look at these, and do we care? And, it got batted around, and all they'd had to do is ask Ms. Smith. Yes, they look at them every year, they study them carefully, we answer questions, so everybody can relax.
Stacy Smith, Learning Services. Ditto. Based on the meeting that happened Tuesday, I actually came back yesterday and pulled numbers, and I'm providing you a document right now that actually has some numbers on it. They asked some really good questions and provided information about changes we've made and the number of students who are actually taking courses on changes we've made. And, you see declines when we remove courses from the 38. So the question becomes, where are those students going and what courses are they taking in its place? So I want to kind of walk you through some changes we've made in the past and how that has impacted, and then the recommendations for this year. First, on the first sheet that looks like this, that you did have as an attachment, there is one revision on here that I want to bring you make you apprised of. ELA drama half credit, that got left off of the one that's on your attachment. And then also under mathematics, before the course on here, we just had it labeled as statistics, but then on the data sheet, the official name for that course is Linear Systems and Statistics. So I wanted to make sure that we had the correct name on there and that was aligned. Okay.
And to that point, a lot of our business leaders, stakeholders have given a lot of feedback that they're thrilled that we have the statistics in there, because they say in so many professions it's very helpful.
Yeah, our math team is really doing a lot of work and research around the statistics course and where that course should have his emphasis area moving forward in pathways. And so we've got a working group working on that right now. Okay, so first I want to draw your attention to what's new, and then I want to take you through some data points, and if you have some questions to be able to answer those. So one thing that's new on the English Language Arts 6 credits is we added all of the semester English 11-12 courses that you guys recently approved. So next year, and I'll tell you, I don't really look to see a lot of schools next year do this, okay? It takes time for them to make a big decision like this to switch over from year-long courses to semester courses. But they are on this list, and schools could offer 4 of the 11-12 semester courses in place of the full-year English 11, full-year English 12 course, okay? But at this time, school districts are already getting their schedules ready for next year. We have had a couple have called and they're asking questions around it, but there's still capacity building to happen there. So I actually look for maybe some school districts to maybe start, but not fully jump to that for their 38.
So since it's a big jump to offer 4, could they jump in maybe and offer 2 in place of 1, or do they have to go ahead and go to the full 4?
That's a great question. We had basically kind of said you would be going to the 4. What we probably see there is we would see districts still offering the 11 and 12, and then if they were going to offer 2 of these, it would be in addition to their 38.
Okay.
Most schools don't just offer 38 courses.
Right.
Okay, they're offering many more than that. Okay, those school districts that are at the 38 are very, very, very small high schools. All right, but this document is saying this is what you have to offer, and this is where we've provided some flexibility that's caused some conversation. Okay, so we've added those 4 English 11, not 4, that whole list of English 11, 12 on there. Under oral communication, okay, last year we brought to you 2 new oral communications classes. This was the transition year. They could still work on the same old oral communication standards they had, or they could start transitioning to the personal oral communications and the professional communications. So next year it will go to those 2 oral communication courses. They're both semester courses, all right? One of the reasons we did that was originally in the 38, schools had to offer a full year oral communication course, okay? Now for graduation, a student only has to take half a credit. But schools had to offer a full year, and they had to have a student sitting in the class, okay? So that's where you saw schools submitting letters saying we offered it, but no one took it, okay? Where you saw schools offering courses and making sure kids were in the class, whether or not they wanted to be in there all year. We heard stories, especially in some of the we did the same thing with PE. We had a full year PE that school districts had to offer, although the credit only had to be half a semester. So in this, we actually have designed oral communications so that they still can offer it a full year and have 2 distinct, unique oral communication classes that students could take, okay? As far as the 38 goes, they have to offer at least a half of oral communications. It is required. And then you see the optional courses below. So I'm going to stop right there with English Language Arts, and I want to take you to your data sheet, because I want to talk about changes we've made and the impact it has had, because I think that's important for you to know. So what you see highlighted in yellow are the courses that they have to offer, okay? The first group is 2018-19. The second group is from this current school year. Okay, so just looking at the very first one, English 9, and I'm not going to walk, I'm just going to take you as a sample of this first one. 253 districts, you have 36,000 students in English 9 in 18-19. You go to the next column, 255 districts offering English 9, and that's going to be your difference between, you had an open charter school, configurations of LEAs, that's where you'll see those little number changes there. 35,871. Again, you're looking at groups of students. Our average class size is between 35,000 to 39,000, depending on that grade level. Okay, so that's the swing you see there. The last 2 columns tells you additional districts or additional students. Okay, so we had 262 less students this year in that course. So that's how this document is set up. So Where I want to kind of draw your eyes to is like English 11. If you go all the way across on English 11, you'll see that there's a negative 478 students taking English 11. So the question becomes, what are those students taking? If you look on there, you'll see a jump. You'll see in concurrent, you've got 400 students in concurrent English 12, okay? But as an increase, there are 400 additional students in English concurrent credit. Okay, so those are some of the changes. When we get down and we look at AP numbers at the very bottom in that gold color, you know, you start seeing negatives kind of in some of our AP classes. So I think that's where you see a growing trend with concurrent. Okay, so that you can kind of see some of those trends in there, but I think it's important when we see a drop somewhere, what are they taking instead? Okay, so kind of looking for those balances. One of the big changes that, on English 12, I want to draw your eyes to this. On English 12, that transitional English 12 class, you had a growth of 950 students taking the transitional English 12. That was legislation that passed probably, 6 years ago. Okay, about having that transitional class. It takes time sometimes for courses to get traction, and I think you're seeing it here. This is a rigorous course. It is for students who maybe have they've made an 18, a 19, a 20 on their ACT, okay? They are going to college, but they need more support to be able to be successful in that rigorous coursework their freshman year. And this course is intended for that. It is not a remedial course. Okay, so you see a jump in that, which I think is a positive thing. Okay, so oral communications. That light blue oral communications for 1 credit, this was a change we made. We took off that full credit off of the required 38, and you see the impact of that. There are over 1,000 less students in that course. Okay, so that's important. You need to know that we made a change there, and there was a decrease in that course. Okay?
Let me interrupt here. Does that, do they count as in a decrease if they were in an embedded class, or is this?
So they would still be coded for oral communications.
Okay.
So and that would pull that number, wouldn't it, Tommy? Yeah, so they would still be coded as getting that credit.
Okay.
But that would be for the full year. So when they're being coded for an embedded class, it's the semester course. So what other courses are those kids going into? That's the question we want to know. So let's look at that. Journalism, the chunk of journalism, it's held steady. We removed journalism from the full year as being a requirement. So again, you had previous to our changes, you had the 4 English classes, you had a full year of oral communication, and a full year of journalism. Those were the 6 classes that every high school in the state had to offer. What we said was, you have to offer the 4 English classes, you now have to offer a half credit of oral communications, and now you have some choice and flexibility. That's the change that this board made. So here's the flexibility was in green. Look at critical reading 1. 1,300 students taking that course. It's an increase of 1,300 students taking that course. That's a big jump. That's the course that we've been promoting. It's aligned to the science of reading. It's actually a credit-bearing course for high school students to improve in the area of reading. Academic reading, that's lower down. Academic reading, there was an increase of 459. That is a course that is a very small number designed for high school students that have been identified as needing intervention in the area of dyslexia. Credit-bearing class. Now, academic reading, the ones that are not highlighted there, those aren't required 38 courses, okay? The green courses are those flexibility courses. And so when you see some jumps there in those numbers, I just think that tells you that when schools have some flexibility, they are making choices based on their students' needs. All right? Any questions about ELA? Yes, ma'am.
I just had a question about the decline in AP.
I think the decline in AP is directly correlated to the jump on concurrent credit that you see in English 11 and 12. Okay, what you have to think about concurrent credit is when students take an AP class, they're not guaranteed that college credit unless they make that qualifying score. Concurrent credit, you also have a growing partnerships with higher ed and high schools on concurrent credit. Okay, and students doing that college level work and the partnerships and who has the qualifications to teach those courses. So I think that's what you see there. Okay, I think those are important numbers for you to know. Okay, any other questions about ELA? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I think this is great. This is great data for us to look at, and I would, if okay, request maybe a couple additional years prior to this to be able to compare at some point, because I think it'd be interesting to look at before that 6 cutoff and after.
So the 2018, so before 2018-19, it would have been
the 6.
Yeah, it would have been the 6. I would say on 2018-19, schools still pretty much operated within
Like
the
they did.
6,
Okay.
because we really didn't. I didn't come to the board and make suggested changes until late in the year.
Okay.
It was like more like March, and so for schools to be able to really implement any of the changes that we made for the 2018-19 school year would have been extremely difficult.
Okay.
I do think, Dr. Moore, as we move on with this for years, the changes we made in some of those courses, we need to be careful and watch those numbers, because I think you'll see more changes happening next year and the following year, because schools now have realized, oh, there's a change here, or we have flexibility. It's hard for people to move out of something that was a requirement for a long time, and they're scared to move over to a change thinking that maybe they've heard it wrong.
Yeah, I'm excited to look at that in the future. I was at the governor's computer science task force yesterday, and I think they need to see the new half credits, because the writing for STEM, entrepreneurship, innovation, the potential. That's what business and industry is asking for, as we talked about last month. My question, though, to this is that I see, there's still a low number of districts offering courses such as debate or forensics.
Mm-hmm.
If I was a student in a district not offering these, but I knew it was offered virtually, are there policies where districts at times will offer courses like this virtually to a student?
Yeah, you'll see districts having a whole suite of courses to be able to offer virtually that increases their over 38. But what I think is interesting about debate and forensics, and this is something that we have not done a very good job to promote, but I think is something that we need to think about doing, especially since we've made the change with oral communication. Debate 1 and forensics 1 can actually count as the student's required graduation credit for oral communications. And as we've made changes, when you think about teacher licensure, the folks that are teaching oral communications are also the same teachers teaching debate and forensics. It's an opportunity for the department and for school districts to start maybe forensics programs or debate programs that they haven't had in the past. Because once you get past that first course, then those second, third, and fourth courses can be stackable. And so you can have a really small school district who maybe can develop a forensics class or a debate class and be able to stack those and not have to have, and be able to utilize the teachers that they have on staff. So those are some things that I think that we should think about as we move forward with that.
That's great, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So any other questions on ELA before
Anyone
I move you
else?
through changes?
Ms. Newton?
Just one other question, and this goes back to the concurrent credit. One of the questions that I get sometimes is some districts are not weighting concurrent credit where they're weighting AP, and how is that playing into the numbers as far as GPA?
Okay, so to have a weighted high school course, you have to submit to the Department of Ed for us to approve that for a weighted credit. Okay, AP classes are weighted credit, and that is legislated, and there are requirements for that. Okay, those teachers have to attend a certain training. So if most of your concurrent courses will not be weighted. They're the semester classes. They're linked to a high school course that is generally not weighted. For example, college algebra and algebra 3. Algebra 3 is not a high school weighted course, and so students are not getting weighted credit for algebra 3. Does that help? Did I answer your question?
But there is a process, if they wanted to apply, they could?
Yes, there is a process, and what that to show is that they are substantially higher rigor and that it's equal to the AP class to get the weighted credit. And there's legislation that was passed 2 years ago for that. And we actually have a committee that meets internally in-house that reviews those. Okay? Yes.
I don't want you to worry with it today, but I had read an article where pre-AP, there was gonna be some issues and changes around that. So,
oh, it's already on our radar.
Okay.
Yes, it's on our radar. And there's not some, I'll get into that in a minute. We'll continue on with this.
Yeah, you can do it some other time or offline, it doesn't matter.
Okay. I now kind of want to jump you to the math column. and talk to you about what's changing in math. So previously on math, we had the course Math Applications and Algorithms. For this year on the 38, that has been removed. Okay, and I'll walk you through the data on that and the reasons for that in just a second. What was added in math was the new technical math for college and careers. That was added. Now, when we presented that course with the state board, I don't know that we emphasized the title for college and careers. A lot of times when you have a title such as technical math, it's viewed as a remedial course, and that is not what this course is. Okay? And then again, as I noted earlier, I added the full name for the statistics class, linear systems and statistics. So let me walk you through the data. That's your second page. So there wasn't, with math within the 38, there's always been some choice, okay? Before, what was required was Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2, and Pre-Calculus. And then districts got to choose the other 2 courses that they had as their 6 offerings, okay? And so we've still we're still allowing that. What you see in yellow on there are the required, all schools have to offer those courses. And you're seeing the numbers hitting in the 34,000s, that's about the number of students that are in those grade levels. All right, so not any really big changes there. You do see a decrease in students taking Algebra Part A and Part B, okay? Those are courses that we would like to see schools kind of moving away from those. A lot of times it's students with disabilities or your resource classes that are pulling those through. But they are still options, but not as a 38. They have to offer Algebra 1. You can see the green courses then are the optional courses, and you can see the courses that are, the numbers there and what people are taking. Bridge to Algebra 2 is on the decline. I can tell you that our math team, the discussion of that would probably be one of the next courses that would actually come off the list, okay? But for right now, it is still on the, it is on the list of courses, but it's not a 38 course. So mathematical applications and algorithms, it's on the list, and you saw there were only 2 school districts who offered that course, and there were only 28 students in that class. That course has been removed from the 38. That original course was written when I was still director of curriculum instruction. Anthony Owens was my math specialist, and we had heard there was going to be a computer science initiative, and we were proactive, and we wrote a math course that had lots of computer science in it, okay? So since then, we've had computer science standards. We have a robust computer science options. I've visited with Mr. Owens, and he's in agreement that this course needs to be removed. So it will actually be removed as a course for districts next year, and we'll be contacting the 2 districts that offer that course and make sure and provide them support to another computer science course. Okay? So that's the change there. One thing for us to think about with these as we move forward next year, Dr. Moore, is we added several CTE courses that could count for math credit. Now, they don't count in place of the 38. They can't start offering the CTE courses and not offer these math courses. But those courses might impact our numbers. Just like how you can have a computer science course count as a math credit for a 3rd math credit, those could be impacting our numbers. So those are things for us to think about as we move forward. Any questions on math?
Yeah, look at the Algebra 2 numbers, the over 1,000 decrease. What are you attributing that to?
So that jumped out at us too. And when we looked at the total number, so there's over 30,000 students in that class. So that 1,000, even though it is a decrease, it's not as proportionate as the large number taking it. And when you look at the number of students in a grade level, it ranges in that 30,000 mark. When we look at Algebra 2, we did not see a decrease right now for students who are on SmartCore or Core. And Algebra 2 is still required on the SmartCore path. So I'm not 100% sure what we're seeing there. It could be the options that we've provided more math courses. You'll see that there is an increase in quantitative literacy, but you have to have Algebra 2 to go into quantitative literacy. So I'm not 100% sure because those are all 4th math courses there.
Yeah, you know, we were saying on the English that an increase or a decrease of 600 and it's 400 was significant, but then we're not saying it's significant when it's over 1,000, so.
No, I mean, it's a good point. I think we probably need to look at for this year, we probably need to look at the number of kids who are on the SMART Core path and see if there's been a decrease there.
That's what I'm wondering, if
Yeah.
kids are choosing not to go the SMART Core path and then are choosing some of these other optional courses that we're putting in place. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, I don't know, that's what I think we need to look
Or
into.
it could be there's just 1,000 fewer children.
Well, it would have shown up on the English.
No, but I think you're right there, Ms. Newton, that we do, since we are seeing an increase in some of those other courses, you may have kids who are picking to take these other courses and not taking Algebra 2.
Okay.
And there is a huge conversation going on out there right now about where does, you know, is Algebra 2 really, should it be that third course that's required? Or should be talking about statistics?
Right.
Or other courses there, but we're not ready to go there yet, and right now Algebra 2 is still part of SMART Core.
Okay, so, yeah, I think that's something that we want to kind of look at and see what are students choosing, what are districts choosing, and then why are they making those choices? And if they're choosing some of these other alternative courses, are they prepared to go into college at college algebra? Because probably if they're choosing an alternative course, they're not going to be a math major and go calculus and that route. So you know, I just want to make sure our kids are prepared for what comes ahead of them.
Let me ask one question. So, Mr. Coy, I don't know if you know this or not, the quantitative literacy, is Algebra 2 required for that? That may be the difference then. Is that the difference? Is there any of these other math courses so the quantitative literacy, so that would account for, that 467 would account for a big chunk of that. And so I told you wrong a minute ago.
Okay.
Can I think I said something about this when we had this last year. When it says down here on this sheet, ADE approved elective mathematics,
So that means that that district has written their own course, and they have submitted it to us for review. And so we review the content of the course, crossing it to other state standards, and we'll give that course approval.
could that possibly be like a business math concept or
Yes.
something like that?
Yes.
Which that's my deal, because when I look on here and I see all this math, and I you know, like a person who may struggle with the business math concepts, to teach them to cash checks, pay mortgages, and those type of things, I think that's a vital element that we need to support just on
I would agree with that.
daily
And-
functional life skills.
And that might be over in CTE
And that's
too.
what-
Yeah, so
I
the
didn't know, that's why I
accounting.
asked, is
Yeah.
what that was.
The accounting 2 class in CTE does now count for a math credit, but it does not replace a math course on
We
the
also
38.
they have to have financial literacy now.
But-
Is that taught in that curriculum now?
It is still within our economics and personal finance because we were able to combine that in there.
But that wouldn't count for a math class,
No.
which, you know, and the only reason I say this, sometimes when you're dealing with kids with learning challenges and dyslexia and stuff like that, and which I've seen coming to college, and they haven't.
And when I was in college, that's the way I earned extra income.
Yeah,
was
so I think
working
some
as
of
a Bookkeeper for somebody.
Yeah, quantitative literacy, some of your technical math courses are kind of getting into some of those areas.
Okay, I just hope we're sensitive to that and working, because sometimes a person going direct to the workforce, and I'm all about the advanced math, but, you know, I've never had to go into a bank and do calculus.
But your time is coming.
It may be, and I'm still waiting. I upgraded to 55 this year, so I mean, that's just.
There you go.
All right, I'm going to move you to science. And again, I picked these 3 areas to kind of walk you through because these were the areas that we had changes with and conversations going around. And this one really in science, the big change that was made was physics. And so I definitely wanted to share numbers with you. So biology, physical science, and chemistry are required as courses that all schools have to offer. Chemistry, we did have a change from chemistry on SMART Core. It's not required for SMART Core graduation, but a third science credit is. And you can look at the classes in green there to see increases and decreases there. Previously, what we saw with schools before the changes, we saw biology, physical science, chemistry, physics, okay? And then you saw environmental science. There's 5 that they have to require. And so what you saw environmental science being the course that students who were doing core, and it was kind of thought as a less rigorous course, and that was kind of the track. Okay, if you weren't SMART core, you were going to go into environmental science and you weren't going to take chemistry. We have opened it up now, and we have physics, astronomy, anatomy, chemistry 2, earth science, and environmental sciences on there for those optional classes to offer for that 5th course. What I thought was interesting was this class that had been kind of this course of less rigor, we've seen a huge decrease, over 1,200 less students in that class this year, but you saw an increase in students taking anatomy. And I think that probably goes to a lot of our schools who have done the career pathways with nursing. Us working closely with CTE, we took their anatomy and physiology class, and guess what? We said it's the same course. We aligned our standards, very rigorous science course, and so students, it's on their path, and they're getting a science credit for it. So I think that attributes to some of the increases that you see there. There is a decrease. We had 790 students decrease in physics. Not all schools have to offer physics. I will say the majority of school districts still offer physics. Okay? You see a lot of schools, we have several AP physics options on the bottom there. You can still look at the AP 1 physics. There's 41 districts this last year. Physics 2, we had 11 districts. So you can kind of look at the numbers there. There is still physics being offered within our school districts. But I thought it was important that you saw, since we removed physics, that there was a decline there. But I wanted you to see what other options were and where kids were going.
Mr. Secretary?
Ms. Smith, when we adopted the integrated approach on biology, physical science, and chemistry, board members may remember there was some opposition to that philosophically. What's been the feedback from our teachers, from our schools, from students? Any impact on test results that we can determine, anything like that in the time that we've gone that direction?
So for the high school courses, they didn't start having to transition over until about 3 years ago. Because there was such a change in our science standards, they did it in a kind of an implementation wave, okay? The feedback has been positive. We didn't just say we're going integrated. We had teachers who were a part of this process who identified foundational standards in physical science, life science, earth and science, that said these are foundational standards that need to be built in to all of our science courses. In fact, when the science team actually came to me with recommendations, they didn't have the courses named biology, physical science, and chemistry. And I said, you're going to cause the biggest battle ever, and it's all going to be about a name. The core content in that is still about chemistry. But the idea is science is interwoven. They're not standalones. It's just like geometry and algebra. It's not a standalone, and when we isolate our standards, we actually do our students a disservice. So this is a natural fit for our teachers in the state. We are seeing increases as far as teacher capacity. We've had a whole full science unit who has developed really robust science professional development on hands-on science and critical thinking and deep thinking. And so I think we're moving in the right direction. We still have a long ways to go. Okay, so those, I've kind of tried to hit the big changes from what we had in the past to changes we now and how it has actually impacted us. I had not originally planned to bring you a data sheet, but Tuesday, the questions on that, I thought, I think that you deserve to see the numbers and the decisions you made and how they impacted, so they'll help you make a decision today.
It was very helpful.
Yes. Do I have a motion? Moved by Ms. Chambers, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, since Lafayette County is phoning in and they can phone back, there isn't anyone in the audience from Lafayette County, right? Okay, and Ms. Underwood, may I impose on you to come back, or do you have other appointments that you need to go ahead and have us deal with you now, because it'll probably not take long? Okay, why don't we do it now, because you never know if we can do that. So we'll, number 7, and then we will take up, if someone's in communication with Lafayette County, we will take up, and depending on how long this is, I may not set the time right at 1. I may set it different. Here you go.
I apologize, but we had
No, that's not a
an
problem.
event that
That's
just
why we
happened.
asked.
Okay, thank you. Susan Underwood, DESE with the Arkansas Better Chance Program. I did had to update, revise the form that you had electronically because of a couple of things, and you'll understand this. The revised chart that you have reflects the Helping Hands Child Care of Batesville that relinquished their awarded 30 slots. After visiting with the owner, the ABC team contacted ABC programs in the community where these families reside, which is Batesville and Southside Batesville, to ensure that these children could continue to receive quality preschool services. Families had already begun to make their choices of preschool services. So Southside School District ABC program currently had already filled all 88 ABC slots, including 2 children from Helping Hands. They do have space to serve 3 additional children from their waiting list if funding was available to support those services. The Batesville School District currently has filled all 150 ABC slots, including serving 2 of the Helping Hand children out of compassion without any funding. Within the current space that they have and a new early childhood classroom they just built, which opened up the 6th of January, Batesville can serve 27 additional children, including those from Helping Hand and those on waiting list, if funding were able to support those services. So we are respectfully asking and requesting for you to approve the following. The reallocation of 3 slots to Southside School District for a total of 91 slots and the grant amount of $441,477.40, and the reallocation of 27 slots to Batesville School District for a total of 177 slots, plus $10,000 to assist in setting up the new classroom, and a retro payment of $993.20 for those 2 children that they served in December, for a total grant amount of $796,117.80.
Okay. Do you have any questions or a motion?
May I ask a question? So the 81,000 that went to Helping Hands, they had students at that point and then they closed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we weren't paying for
No, we
students
did
to
not
be there.
pay for even a December payment.
Okay. I just haven't, I want to go visit the Southside, I want to go visit the area, but Southside School District last month said they started students at 18 months. Does
Yeah.
ABC pay for that, or is that an alternative structure in that sense?
I will have to go back and look, but there are some of the, yes, they do have old money, so they do serve some infants and toddlers.
Okay, but is this money just for 3 and 4-year-olds?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it can't be used for any other age?
No, because it comes from Helping Hand, and it was just for the 3 and 4-year-olds.
Okay, thank you.
Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. McFettridge. Second by Dr. Hill. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, and I've also asked Ms. Underwood, and she will have it for us at some point, the percent of students, of the 4-year-olds in the state, the percent of students who are in the poverty area that are being served, the percent of students that are 200% of the poverty that are being served, and those that don't fit into either of the poverty lines, because we get information all the time and people sort of loosely throw around numbers about what we're doing, or usually criticizing us for what we may not be doing. So I thought it would behoove us to have some accurate numbers compiled from ABC centers as well as districts who are running their own, so we will know what is right, as opposed to people who may be trying to lobby for something that may or may not be needed. So thank you
Yes, ma'am.
for
We're working
taking,
on that.
yes, I appreciate it. There's no hurry.
Thank you.
Okay, it is right at 12:30, so let's come back at 1:10, and we will start with Lafayette County. And I apologize, Lafayette County, if you have been on the phone for quite some time, but we will pick that up and then start on the rest of the afternoon agenda. afternoon session of the January 2020 board meeting will come back in order. We had delayed dealing with Lafayette County from the morning, not because of any reason other than time. So we will take that up now, Ms. McLaughlin. Lafayette, I apologize. Lafayette. I apologize to Lafayette County.
No problem. Thank you.
Lafayette's in Louisiana.
Or discovering things. Here comes our man who can fix all things audio and video.
Wow. Kelly McLaughlin with the division. Today we have Lafayette County here to ask for waivers. And as a reminder, the school district will have 20 minutes to make their presentation. Any opposition will also have 20 minutes, and the district will then have a remaining 5 to respond before the Q&A begins. As you know, Act 1240 of 2015 allows the school district to petition the State Board of Education for all or some of the waivers granted to any open enrollment public charter school. Representatives of the Lafayette County School District are on the phone to present the board with a petition for waivers for flexible schedule. Their 90 days does expire on January 23rd, and they are requesting just for the remainder of this school year ending June 30th, 2020. We should have Robert Edwards, Superintendent, and Opal Anderson, Federal Programs, on the line.
Okay. We'll allow you to start your presentation, and you'll probably need to speak louder than usual and closer than usual because our sound system in here for the phones is not as loud as we would. But so if we interrupt you, it'll be because we can't hear you. You may start.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good. For our 1920 school year, our 1003 grant issued by DESE, we chose to spend that money by hiring Solution Tree, and they assigned us a consultant. And they've recommended that we have extra time for our teachers to meet, basically to establish a guaranteed and viable curriculum for the implementation of professional learning communities. As I go back, implementing or establishing this guaranteed and viable curriculum will have to be done with fidelity. This is we did not plan for this type of planning to be built within our master schedule. We do not have funds available to pay teachers for this type of lengthy contract day after their work day. Again, asking the division to grant us an Act 1240 grant for early dismissal or early out days. It's to be done one time a week on Wednesdays, starting at 1:50. This will allow for an hour and 16 minutes or 86 minutes a week. Currently, we have 178 minutes a day built in for instruction time, and as you all know, state mandate is 360. This puts our district with 90 minutes a week more of instruction time than what the state currently offers. This will give our staff a common planning time for curriculum to be aligned vertically as well as horizontally, and you know we're a consolidated school district, so this allows for our high school and elementary staff to come together to do this. If we are granted the waiver, this still gives us 4 minutes over of instruction time per week. School improvement is our top priority. The waiver will allow for all staff to have a common planning time, examine student work, analyze student data, and develop a plan of action for addressing all students' needs. It will also provide staff time to develop common formative and summative assessments, and again, develop a guaranteed and viable curriculum to improve student achievements in K-12.
Okay, do you have anything else to add?
Right now, no, ma'am.
Okay, so are we open for questions? Okay. Anybody have any questions? Ms. McAdoo? Dr. Moore?
Yes, I do. Thank you for presenting today. This
Can
early
can you hear her?
I hear someone, and the video is different than and I'm watching the video and hearing the phone conversation and kind of getting slowed down a bit. But go ahead, Dr. Moore.
Okay, we'll see. This, I do have some concerns. First of all, as a parent in the middle of the school year, to know that my child no longer has a place, is in school on Wednesday afternoons. Is there some sort of aftercare situation at your school? Have you all worked with your school board to inform families that this is a potential that it could happen?
We have discussed it with the school board, yes, ma'am, and we have discussed it with parents as well. Now, as far as us providing an avenue for after-school care, no, ma'am, we do not.
Do you have any sort of after-school care right now in the district?
No, ma'am, we do not.
Okay.
Other than tutoring, which is done 2 days a week.
What sort of, if this were to go through, what sort of advance notice would you give to families?
We would probably give at least 2 weeks. Again, would like to get this set up and established as fast as possible. I mean, again, as you know, we are a struggling school, and we're trying to do everything we can for the betterment of our children. But I also do understand how important it is for children to be placed after the school day.
Mm-hmm. Could you tell me, going through the timeline, what time are your teachers currently contracted for?
They are contracted from 8 to 3:30.
Okay, so you have no time after students leave for your teachers to work together at this point?
No, ma'am, we don't. And like I say, right now we're 12 minutes apart from our high school and elementary, and as you know, in a 46-minute block, it's extremely difficult to bring teachers together for any work whatsoever.
Yes, and I know that is vitally important, but also know that missing 86 minutes a week of instruction time is vitally important. So I think I would like to hear a little bit more as to how this work will immediately impact your students, because if it's something that would impact next year's students, then potentially look at summer options. But I want to know that their work they're doing now will immediately impact students in this current school year.
Okay, Miss Anderson standing right here. I'll let her chime in.
Well, currently we are working on formative and summative assessment based on our curriculum that we have in place. We're picking that up, making sure that part is aligned so that we can move forward. And we need that time for our teachers to get together so that they can go over student work, and so that we can put those formative assessments in place, some formative assessments in place, so that we can assess our kids and be able to put in an intervention form prior to us getting ready to take the ACT XR as well. So that's what we're doing right now. We're not going back to the first of the year. He wants us to pick up now with what we're teaching now and building those formative assessments and building that curriculum based on where we are now in the school year.
Okay, and so for future plans, is there going to be additional work over the summer for next year, or do y'all intend to do the same waiver in the next school year?
Our plan is to bring our staff in this summer and work on continuing to do our guaranteed and viable curriculum. We will use several of those days to work on curriculum during the summertime.
Okay.
And we were also planning on putting in a common planning period in the master schedules for next year. and at that time, they will be able to do the PLC work and the working on curriculum or whatever during that time.
Okay, so you wouldn't seek this waiver next school year?
Hopefully not.
Okay. One more question, I think, for you, Kelly. I know the district I live in does an early dismissal 1 week a month. How common is it that districts are doing this every week?
I think we find that with the PLC process, some of the questions that have happened with my review team is when we do meet less, how effective is that going to impact student achievement? So meeting on a more regular basis would probably address that in a better fashion, I would imagine.
But how many districts are, letting kids go early 1 day a week?
I would have to
week?
research that to know an exact number of how many are have this flexible schedule. We have had several come forward.
Could it be that they could add hours on other days to make up for it? And is that, I guess this is for Lafayette, if that's something that you all have thought about?
Well, I know that we do have several districts having conversations about adding those days, maybe going to a 4-day schedule. Some districts are having discussions about not necessarily going to a regular 4-day schedule, but extending their day. So, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank y'all for answering my questions.
Mr. Williamson?
Go ahead.
Ms. McFettridge? Ms. Dean? Ms. Chambers?
Just a quick question. So is the belief that the PLC time will be so valuable in terms of quality of instructional time that it offsets a lack of instructional time by 86 minutes a week? Because that just seems like so much time to not be learning.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you'll speak a little
I'm sorry.
louder and ask the district.
Lafayette? Did I say that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Lafayette. Dadgummit, sorry. This is Susan Chambers, and I'm asking about the trade-off and how you've thought about the trade-off between the investment in the teachers through PLC time and the cost, if you will, of instructional time in the class of 86 minutes a week. Can you help us understand how that trade-off works and why this would be a good decision?
Well, to be quite honest with you, Ms. Chambers, whenever it was brought to us by the consultant, that was our question as well. First off, let me say I feel like that if we're using state funds to hire Solution Tree to come in and abide by the recommendations presented, I feel like I would be doing our school, our students, our staff, our board a disservice if I did not at least somewhat attempt to do that. He assures us that in the long run, it will be most beneficial because, again, your curriculum is established, your instruction is established, so whoever, and we have a large overturn of teachers here. So next year, the plan is whoever comes into that classroom, whether it be a first-year teacher or a seasoned veteran, they will have all the tools at their disposal to instruct our children effectively. Did you hear me? Did you hear me? Did that make any sense?
Yes, thank you. And one kind of a supplement to that. So if you were to wait until this summer to do the very thing you're proposing right now, and you maintained the current instructional time that you have with a very structured plan this summer to do these good things, what would we lose if we were to delay?
Number one, I'm not sure we could financially uphold that as far as bringing our staff back and paying them extra. Number two, I think whenever we start in 2 weeks, or suggestions by you all, whenever we start, that allows our teachers vertically as well as horizontally to know what's going on in the next week, the next month, the next grade level, So anything that's taught is discussed the week prior to. Does that make sense? And Ms. Anderson here has a statement as well.
Well, for right now, as I was saying earlier, on the formative assessment, once we assess our kids, we don't have a built-in time for teachers to come together and discuss that formative assessment so that we can put them in the right intervention group so that they'll be able to be remediated and stuff like that. So the PLC model right there would be a plus for us to try to help so that we can get those interventions in place so that we can get them where they need to be and be ready for the ACT Aspire test. So that's one thing that this would help us with, and working on the curriculum part of that. We plan on continuing doing that during the summer as well. But right now, we want to kind of give teachers the opportunity to collaborate about student achievement so that we can find those weaknesses from those common assessments, put them in RTI groups so that they'll be able to grasp the skills that they need to be successful at their grade level on the ACT Aspire and so on.
Thank you.
Dr. Hill? Ms. Newton?
Dr. Moore asked most of my questions, but I do have a few more questions. One of them is, how many K-6 students do you have?
In K-6, we have roughly 300.
So how many classrooms at each grade level?
We have 3 kindergartens, and the 1, 2, we have 2 teachers per grade. 3rd grade, we have 2 teachers. 4th grade, we have 3 teachers, and then 5th and 6th, we have 2 teachers.
Okay. I was just trying to get a feel of how many students would be impacted on this early out day. When you start thinking about secondary, most of them could take care of themselves if they had to. But when you start thinking about a kindergartner after school in that length of time, sometimes that might put a burden on those parents to try to find someone to care for them until they could get there. And my other question is what are you using for interim assessment right now?
We use the ACT. We've taken the ACT interim assessment. As a matter of fact, we'll be testing again next week. And that's another thing. Once we do those tests, this would also have a time for those teachers to come together and discuss the results of those assessments. Just, look at that data and group those students accordingly.
I think my concern is that we're giving up instruction time this year for these students to work on a problem for next year. And I realize that your teachers would have to work on this in the summertime, but I know the required number of days for professional development for teachers in the summer. And if you're worried about financially, I'm thinking if you could use some of those days and work through that might be a possibility, but I don't know about the trade-off in the 150 every week. I'm still thinking through that.
I think Ms. Kaufman has maybe something to add to this that will be helpful.
Deborah Kaufman, Public School Accountability. As you recall, we have talked about high reliability schools quite a bit here. And that's something that we are certainly talking with all of our schools out in the field, and that's part of our support. And in this case, Lafayette County has put monies forward to Solution Tree to do this intensive training with them. And if they're not beginning the process of creating the collaborative conversations that need to go on with this, then the professional development is just an idea. And you're spending quite a bit of money on a concept that they're not implementing yet. And so I think that's what they're trying to explain is they need to take this time this year to implement what they're learning in training, and then they'll do more work in the summer so that not only will kids be affected by the intervention this school year, but next school year they'll be affected by those other levels of high reliability schools, having a curriculum, having more focused instruction at level 2. So what they're trying to show you is that long-range plan of how they're trying to improve their school over time. And if you look at their letter grades, you'll see that their urgency is certainly there.
Yeah. So who is going to be working with them on these early out days? Is that going to be the teachers practicing what they learned, or is there going to be someone from Solution Tree there helping them through the process?
I don't know that Solution Tree, you have to ask the superintendent. I don't know if Solution Tree is going to be there on the day of their early release, but Solution Tree is certainly setting up the work that they are then to do and bring back to the next session.
Okay, so I guess my question is, you know, if we're going to give this time, we want to make sure it's used in the best way possible. Is there some mechanism in place to make sure that it's done correctly? What's the follow-up with Solution Tree? Kind of.
So I would certainly direct that question back to the district superintendent, but I would assume that they have paid good money to have professional development, that they then want to see the outcomes. Your accountability is our accountability system. It tells all. So it will certainly show their progress over time, and so that's what I think they're trying to put steps into place to bring about that progress over time. But he may give you more specific documentation.
Do you have anything to add to that?
Ms. Newton, again, the video is different. That is you, Ms. Newton, asking the question, correct?
Yes.
Solution Tree is here 2 times a month, usually days back to back. He does come. It's either a Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday.
Okay.
And so what we will do, and again, did not have that in mind, but that's a great idea. We will have him conduct the Wednesday meeting on the days that he's here. Again, we were able to pay for 2 times a month for him to be here, and again, those days are back to back.
So that would give one day with supervision, and then one day for the teachers to try to practice on their own. Okay.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
And currently, he gives us, I guess you could say, a homework assignment to do, and I kind of oversee those because right now I am trying to work with the staff when I can get them on the guaranteed Bible curriculum, using their tools and things. Excuse me. And then we always have minutes and sign-in sheets to know who is there and what's going on for that. And we keep those on Google Docs in our folders and stuff. And then when he comes back, he goes back over the information with us to make sure we're following the right path. If not, he have us to tweak some things or something like that. But he is working with us very close on getting this done.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Peckron? Okay. The only recommendation I could think of too is, because I know PLC training and implementation is going on across the state, is maybe get Ms. McLaughlin to tell you other districts that are doing this who are finding a way to do it without early dismissal. And that way, if that would fit in well with your program, then that would be something to consider going forward. But I also do understand the urgency with which you're needing to implement this, and I applaud the fact that you're acknowledging that you all need to add some things or do some things differently for the benefit of the children and becoming more student-focused, not only in the decisions your board is making, but those of the administration. Any other questions?
Yes,
Dr. Moore?
I wanted to maybe reiterate that my concern was not about the work itself. This is great work. It is about, is there any other way to not have to lose 90 minutes of instruction time, whether that be add additional minutes on other days or look to be creative or potentially have to make some difficult budget decisions so that you do pay your teachers additionally to stay above and beyond. And those are all hard decisions to make, but taking 90 minutes away, is it really just because of a fiscal decision or not, was my concern. I think second to that, if I do vote for this, I want strong affirmation from the district that you're going to work really well with parents to give them ample time to prepare in moving forward.
Because I was wondering, I don't know, in these smaller towns, you don't always have boys' clubs or stuff like that, but there might be places that the school could form some partnerships with their stakeholders and come up, with a solution.
And this would be a different conversation if this was for the next school year versus in 2 weeks. So,
Right.
yeah.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Ms. Newton moved to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Williamson. I guess we should do roll call. Do you have a sheet? Oh, let's see how the vote goes, and then we may need to do roll call. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? No need for roll call. Okay, good luck, and please work carefully with Ms. McLaughlin and her staff to let us know how it's going and what you might advise other districts to do the same or do differently. Thank you, and I appreciate your patience with us delaying you to this afternoon.
Oh, absolutely, no problem. Thank you very much.
Okay, next, we have the charter school panel decisions for us to look at to see if we want to review or not. And I will once again read for you the simplified version of the public comment. As a public board, the state board welcomes input from the public. If the state board allows public comment, each comment will be limited to 3 minutes unless the board chair allows otherwise. Individuals must be recognized by the board chair prior to speaking. If it becomes necessary to maintain order and conduct the business of the board, individuals could be removed from the auditorium, in which case they could watch the meeting live stream in the outer area. Comments on an agenda item must be germane to that item. Other comments may be heard at the end of the agenda. Repetitive presentations may be limited by the board chair. So this looks like a group that has a lot of good ideas and a lot of good input, and I wanted to be sure that we all were on the same page with regard to public comment. Okay, our first item is Fountain Lake, I think. Let me get up there to it. Yes, Fountain Lake, and they're on the phone, is that correct?
That is correct. We have Fountain Lake Charter High School. They, on December 17th, 2019, we had representatives from the high school that appeared before the charter authorizing panel requesting a renewal of their charter. By unanimous vote, the panel approved the request. There has been no request for the state board to review the panel decision, but you may exercise the right to review and conduct a hearing on the panel's decision at the next state board meeting if you so choose to. We do have Todd Baxley, the high school principal, and Stephen Campbell, the curriculum director for Fountain Lake, on the line.
Okay. Ms. McAdoo? Dr. Moore?
I just wanted to say I had the opportunity to visit the school last year and went to the production technologies course. And the only bad part of it was that there was not more students enrolled, because it was a phenomenal teacher, phenomenal program, and want to see more things like that across the state. That's it.
Okay. Mr. Williamson?
No, ma'am.
Ms. McFettridge?
Just looking over the materials, I was concerned about why so many staff changes, and maybe they could talk to us a little bit about that.
Okay. Mr. Baxley, do you want to address that? Did you hear the question?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to let Mr. Campbell address that. This is my second year here at the
Okay.
district.
Ms. Campbell, or Mr. Campbell?
Yes, ma'am. We had, well,
Mr. Baxley is the fourth principal for this building since we became a charter. One of them, the first one left us to go to the state board or the State Department of Education, and the next one retired. I filled in briefly as an interim before we hired Mr. Baxley. So that was a part of our change. You all grabbed one of our principals and took him up there. We attempted to do a flex mod schedule, and that didn't work well for us, and some folks didn't adjust to that very well and decided to go elsewhere. Our entire math department left last year. We have 7 school districts in our county, and so it's a very competitive county when it comes to salaries, and it's pretty easy to get to all of the school districts in our county. And so we had folks leave here for $17,000 raises to go to other school districts last year.
Okay, did that answer your question?
Yes, I did.
Okay, do you have another question?
I do have another concern. In looking at your ESSA scores, a considerable drop in your Hispanic Latino scores. Can you talk to us about that?
We have a very small population, and we pulled in our ESL coordinator, and he is working very closely with each one of those individual students, and so we're really using NWA, the math assessment, and attempting to target their specific needs and trying to address those. But yes, ma'am, we acknowledge that.
Okay. How are you doing on your RISE training?
In this building, we're primarily awareness training. So our special ed teachers are getting the full force training, but the rest of our staff are going through the awareness training, and we're using the IDEAS module. So our administrators are going through the full-blown training so that they can assess or evaluate their special ed teachers. But in this building, at 9 through 12, we're primarily on the awareness track.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I know during your charter panel presentation, they said that you're using StudySync, and that is a balanced literacy program, and you said that you didn't think that was an issue because it was a catch-up program, but the publishers of StudySync say that it in fact is not for catching up, and it is not for directed instruction aligned with the science of reading. Can you address that?
I'm not real sure about that. No, I don't have an answer for you.
Well, I just wanted to be sure that you're not asking in your renewal for a waiver to not have a science of reading curriculum, but that you in fact realize that the curriculum you're currently using is whole language and balanced literacy. And I think I focused in on this because your elementaries have, and your middle have B's as a letter grade of your overall, and your high school a C, which shows me that there are a lot of your students who are struggling in reading, and perhaps when they get to high school, they're not able to accomplish what they're capable of in the subjects because of their inability to read. Just want to make you aware of that.
Yes, ma'am. I do understand what you're asking. We had not had any sort of materials since we had gone through Common Core. We had used all of those anchor texts and the exemplar text with Common Core. And so we have some very new English teachers at the high school level, and we wanted to get some sort of supporting document, some sort of supporting curriculum in their hands. And so that is where we primarily or preliminarily rolled out this StudySync product to put some resources in their hands.
And I don't know if you have been given some bad information or not, but this board would not be inclined to give a waiver for using something that's not aligned to the science of reading. So you might want to take that back to your board and your superintendent.
Yes,
And
ma'am, and we're
also,
not asking
I have a
for a waiver on
concern
that.
because you only are serving 72 out of 1,377 students, which is a very small percentage relative to the needs in most districts of the dyslexic. So bring that to your attention too.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Dean? Ms. Chambers? Dr. Hill? Ms. Newton? Mr. Peckron? Okay, do I have a motion? The motion would be to either review or not review.
Move not to review.
Ms. Newton moved not to review. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Chambers, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. We will not be reviewing Fountain Lake. Next is Mountain Home. Are they on? They're on the phone. Okay.
On December 17th, 2019, representatives of the Mountain Home High School Career Academies appeared before the Charter Authorizing Panel requesting their renewal of their charter. By unanimous vote, the panel approved the request. No request for the State Board to review has been submitted, but you do have that right to review and conduct a hearing at the next State Board meeting if you so choose. We do have Dr. Jake Long, Superintendent, on the line for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions of Dr. Long on this side? This side? Do I have a motion?
Move to not review.
Moved by Ms. Chambers, second by Ms. Dean to not review. All in favor?
Aye.
Mountain Home,
Thank you
you
guys
have
very much.
been
Appreciate it.
approved to not review. Next, we have Osceola STEM. And on the line is,
The line is Mr. Alfred Hogan, Superintendent. They also were here on December 17th at the Charter Authorizing Panel and were approved unanimously. And we do have Mr. Alfred Hogan on the line if you should have any questions.
okay, on this side? This side? Dr. Moore?
Yes, I know there are some challenges here that the Charter Authorizing Panel went over, and so I was glad to see that they are going to be reporting with the panel. I think that they don't need to come to us, but they will continue to watch over that and offer support to the school.
Okay, I guess the question I have, Mr. Hogan, is you can have a STEM without it being a conversion charter. So what was the reasoning behind choosing to have it as a conversion charter as opposed to just having a STEM high school?
I have Ms. Rafer, Service Coordinator in Curriculum and Technology, and Ms. Krista Smith, the principal, and they were here from the beginning on creating this charter, and I'll let them answer that question.
Hi, this is Chantel Raper. I'm the Director of Federal Programs, and we worked on the original charter application. Our reasoning when we went with the STEM focus, first of all, that was in response to local business and industry wanting that STEM focus to start with. But the reason why we need the charter waivers, one thing that we did was to add those STEM courses like our pre-engineering program. With that waiver, we're able to allow all of our middle school students, our 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students, all 4 grades attend a pre-engineering course. That without that waiver to allow that flexibility in our schedule, we would not have. We also have the Discovery Zone, which embeds the STEM, the art, and the music with the math and science that also fit into that schedule that we need that flexibility with the waivers.
Okay, thank you. Also, I noticed that even though you have the waivers and you are a conversion charter, your letter grade is still low, and your percent of students in need of support is still low. So why can I feel comfortable that having this conversion charter and the waivers that you have requested is in fact, not currently, but that you have hope that it will begin to better meet the needs of your students?
Hello, I would like to answer that question. My name is Crystal Smith, and I am the principal of Osceola STEM Academy, and I have been the principal throughout this 3-year process when we first came to the 3-year renewal.
Okay.
I would like to answer that question.
Sure.
I do agree that when we look at our school report card and just look at that data, piece of data right there on our student achievement, it does throw up the question, you know, why are we not seeing the improvement? Why are we not seeing the growth? If you look at our presentation, even after 2016-17, we went to 2 years where we lost 46% of staff, and then the next year 50% of staff. We moved around some people. That waiver allowed us to be able to take teachers that were stronger in maybe elementary and be able to move them over to 7th and 8th grade, which was secondary. But what we did was we looked and we finally feel like we got a hold of what might be the core issue of why our kids are scoring below their proficiency. So we were last year, which is this year, 1920 school year, we were able to retain 92% of our staff. So we're getting an opportunity now to not have to start over, but we can build on some of the things like we're doing with having that reading intervention where we're providing some phonemic awareness or multi-syllabic for those kids that are very low. We have a 16% SPED population, and I'm not saying SPED children can't learn or grow, but we do know we have some barriers here, and I feel like we, since last year, that's why I'm looking forward to the test scores this year, we were able to retain our teachers. We're able to see some of the things we have now been able to sustain and put in place, like good teaching, good instruction. But I do agree, if you look just straight at the report card, we have also made sure that all 7th and 8th grade teachers here, as well as our exploratory teachers or electives or pullouts, whatever the terminology may be, that they are doing the science and reading and modules. Myself, as a principal, I went and got a RISE assessor certification. So we changed our curriculum, you know, so we do have some things in place. I do want the state board to know that we are aware, and we are not only have a sense of urgency, but we're trying to address those concerns that you guys may have.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. And I think probably too, since it's a relatively small district, if working with your elementary, because I suspect since they're only serving 3% of the students with dyslexia services, that if they could shore that up at the elementary level, then some of the issues you may be dealing with at the middle school level might improve.
Yes, ma'am, I do agree, and thank you for that. We appreciate that as a district, and we are looking at some things, more ways that we can not only collaborate across the district, elementary to middle, but middle to high school. But I do agree with you, and the elementary also are doing some things to try to make sure that those kids are getting that foundation embedded before they get to the mid-level.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to not review.
Moved by Ms. McFettridge to not review. Second by Ms. Dean. All in favor? Aye. Okay, congratulations. Thanks for being on the phone.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, we have some people here who want to speak on behalf of Southeast Arkansas Prep, and they are elected officials, and they have another meeting at 2:30. So if I can beg upon Siloam Springs and Southside Academics Plus and Virtual Academy and Capital City Lighthouse to allow us to do so. I'm going to pull that up now. Do you have any objection from a board member? Not seeing none. Anyway, I had seen Representative Flowers, and so what we will do to begin with, you will, okay, Ms. Webb. Is it Ms. Webb or Doctor?
It's Miss Webb right
Okay,
now.
good.
Tracy Webb, Charter Office. On December 18th, 2019, representatives of the Southeast Arkansas Preparatory High School appeared before the charter authorizing panel for a review of their charter. By unanimous vote, the panel voted to revoke the charter. The state board may exercise a right of review and conduct a hearing on the charter authorizing panel's decision at the next state board meeting. There are representatives here from the school.
Okay, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So, maybe an unusual request from me, but I'll just say I'm going to request that you all do have a review, vote to review this. You all have seen a number of emails over the last several days. I think they are compelling emails. There's also information that I know that, you know, with the limited amount of information and data that's in the packet, you all may not have a full picture of everything. So that's where the reason that I'm asking that you all have a review. Certainly the folks who are here are entitled to the time to speak. Certainly would want to hear from them. But just so they know, if y'all vote to do this, the broader hearing will happen at a date that y'all decide. But that would be my request. I've talked to my team about it, so they all know that I'm asking you all to do this, so they can be prepared for the information that we think you will need, and then the school can make whatever preparations they need to make to bring and make their case for you all.
Do you have any objections to the recommendation, or would you all like to hear from those who have signed up to speak at this point? Ms. Hyatt?
I do just want to, Mary Claire Hyatt with the division. I do want to point out that the rules allow, if the charter school asks for a review, 3 minutes for them to speak. Since Southeast Arkansas Prep did ask for a review, I'd like to make sure that they at least have the opportunity. They may, given how it's going, not wish to utilize the 3 minutes, but they might want to. So you could allow the elected officials to speak, allow the 3 minutes from Southeast Arkansas Prep, and then vote to hear public comment if you'd like to hear additional public comment.
Is that the pleasure of the board? Seeing no objection, let's do that. Do you all want to speak in light of what the secretary has said? I'll start with the head of school, the superintendent. I'm seeing, he said, oh, look, I had two heads going this way. Okay, you want to give it, and Representative Flowers, she's good. Do I have other? Oh, so Representative Ferguson, sorry. I knew I recognized both of you, and I couldn't figure out which one was which. Anyway, thank you. So is everybody good? Does everybody understand what just happened? The secretary, or what's going to happen? Or what just happened so far as the secretary's recommendation, and then what may happen depending on the vote. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Chambers to review, and seconded by Mr. Williamson. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we will review. Will it be February?
Sorry, the secretary was looking at me and I couldn't figure out why, but it finally clicked.
It's because you had your hair cut.
So you can wait until February to hear it if you'd like. You can also schedule a special board meeting to hear it. You could hear it as early as tomorrow if you'd like. So as long as we give proper notice, and since the school's in the room, it's at the pleasure of the board.
Okay, let me, having a special meeting in this instance, because the motion was if we vote to revoke, it would be immediate. Okay, so because that would be on the table, I, as the chair, would ask you to seriously consider a special meeting instead of delaying until February, so that if it is to revoke, those parents would have time to get their name in the lottery if they wanted to stay in a charter school, or they would have time to not miss too much of their semester if they go back to a traditional school. So do I hear a motion to have a special meeting? And if I don't get one, that's fine. But do I have a motion to have a special meeting?
May I ask how, I mean, I would expect that the department needs time or has already taken the time to work with the school. I know that financial issues and that. I would like the department to come to us with, you've done everything you can before and given us all that information. If that makes sense.
We'll make that, yes, we'll make that part of our presentation.
How much time do y'all need to,
Well, and I think we need to give respect to the school so they can have time as well. Certainly not tomorrow. I would say
Y'all get your calendar.
either next week or the following week, maybe the following week, sometime towards the end of the month would be, I think, plenty of time for both groups to
Okay.
get together what they need.
I would like to see the department, but you all present to us in addition to the school as far as the fiscal concerns and at that, 'cause that would be helpful.
Because usually at this point, if we decide to review, we do need to give the department direction about what questions we have that you want clarified that's not in the original documents. Does the department work on Martin Luther King Jr. Day?
No, ma'am.
No, okay, then that Monday would not work. If we, okay, let's first of all, see if we have a vote to have a special meeting. And then if we do, then we'll decide what day.
So moved.
Moved by
Seconded.
Mr. Williamson,
Second.
second by Mr. Fekron, sorry. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, let's look at the week of the 20th. Will that give you all plenty of time?
Yes, that would give us plenty of time. There are a few days that week. Dr. Pfeffer and I and Ms. Smith will be going to Washington, D.C. for a literacy summit with CCSSO.
What days are those?
That's, it looks like Wednesday and Thursday.
Okay, so we
Yeah.
could do Tuesday, the 21st, or Friday, the 24th. Oh, sorry. See, you were behaving so well, I didn't see your hand.
Jeremy Seegers, Superintendent of Principal. If at all possible.
Bring the microphone.
If at all possible, can we have the meeting towards the end of that week in 2 weeks?
The 24th?
Yes, ma'am, so I can have time to prepare as well.
Sure, that's Friday, the 24th. Is everyone either available to be here or call in?
I'm in meetings all day.
Okay. We've got two that cannot be here or phone in.
So could we do Monday, the 27th, the next week?
Let's look at the 27th. What about the 27th, Monday?
So I'm going to be at the PLC conference in Phoenix those first 3 days of that week, although I'm sure I could have another attorney be prepared. But I don't know if there are any other people from the department that would need to be here that are also going.
Are there
I'm looking
other
back.
people from the department that are also going, is the question on there are?
Well, Dr. Pfeffer's going.
Dr. Pepper? I think since a lot of the issues are gonna center around compensatory ed and special ed and finances, that if we have, okay. The 23rd, I think he said they're still gone. Okay, we're gonna have to draw straws of who is most important to be here. Because everybody obviously has 24/7 kind of jobs. And I think more of the staff that will need to bring us information can be here on the 24th, even though 2 of our board members can't be here on the 24th, but we would have a quorum. And if y'all have specific questions that you want answered, then we would represent you. Is that amenable to everyone? Okay. Let's say the 24th and,
The driver says 10 o'clock.
well, I was gonna say later in the morning for those of you who are coming from out of town. Okay, so 10 o'clock. I hate it for those of you, the parents who have taken off work and or checked their children out of school today, that it's not gonna happen. But it sounds encouraging to me as chair, based on my experience on this board, that you are in fact getting another hearing. So maybe the inconvenience balances out. I hope so. Okay, let's say 10 o'clock on the 24th. And that will be the only item on the agenda that day.
Can I make a comment?
You certainly may.
I echo what the commissioner and everyone said. I was very impressed by the emails and the support that was received from the community, and I'd certainly ask the school to work with some of these stakeholders, especially, I saw members of the business community, et cetera, reaching out and support, and work with them hopefully in developing some sort of a financial plan that would alleviate some of the concerns that the charter panel raised. I hope everyone up here agrees that closing a school mid-year is absolute worst-case scenario. And I think you all have a great opportunity to stabilize yourselves going forward if you can reach out and build some of those partnerships. I know it's not a lot of time to do it, but I was very impressed by what you all have already pulled together in this short order, and I'd encourage you to build upon it.
And I think the charter panel, they would never have considered that as an option, except in view of the finance information they had at that time. They did not want for them to dig a deeper hole and get back to situations we've had in the past. So do I have a motion to have a special meeting starting at 10 o'clock on Friday the 24th? He says I don't need a motion.
Yeah, no need for a motion. If you could though, if you'd like to go down and just say
Yes.
the information that you'd like to have that.
Right, we'll do that next. Okay, we need no motion to have the meeting, but we do need to give information to those who'll be working with the district about what kinds of things you would like addressed at that special meeting. We'll start with Ms. McAdoo. Dr. Moore?
Yes, I have a question. Is Southeast Arkansas Prep, are you part of a larger charter organization, or are you completely independent? Okay, okay. I would like to hear more, dig deeper from what y'all presented to the charter authorizing panel as far as the services the schools provided to students, and what y'all are doing there. And then from the department, like I said, I want to hear from the financial side as far as what, if it were to remain open, what the rest of the school would look like, and what a future might look like with the school.
Mr. Williamson, anything additional? Ms. McFettridge? Ms. Dean?
I just want to echo what Mr. Pekron said. I'd like to see what your community support is and your stakeholders' engagement. Just give us some more detail on that. Thank you.
Ms. Chambers? Dr. Hill?
Definitely, I think closing the school is one of the, in particular in the community, is one of the worst things that can happen. But I also know that, up here and making decisions, having an immediate short-term and long-term plan that we can see that you have action items that you can accomplish, in a systemic way, really helps us support your efforts, because nobody wants to close a school. Displacing students at this time of the year is one of the worst things that ever happened. So we support your efforts, and as everybody said, get the community behind you and bring a plan that will work. And I know you have my support.
My issues were the financial, seeing that they have enough finances to make the end of the year, and what that would look like, and also the special ed, what are the plans, processes for that compensatory education for those students who missed out at the
Because
beginning
that
of the year.
also is an added expense.
Yes.
Right. Is that it? Mr. Packron?
I think I already said that.
Okay, that's it. Did you ladies get that information? Okay, so.
Madam Chair, and if I may just add, it's not asking for information, but it is just to express, that the department does not seek to close schools. The department seeks to support and help. And I would just encourage, this is an encouragement to any school, any charter. As a matter of fact, I was in a meeting early this morning and I said the same thing. We want to help, so we would like the relationship to be one where when we call, we get a response, and when you call, you get a response. All right, so same message that I preach to every school out there. So please, even in this intervening time, it is our goal to support and help because you impact students' lives every day. So when we reach out, please respond. When you reach out to us, you should have that same expectation of us, that we respond to you in an appropriate way. So I would just like to state that as we move forward.
Okay. We're good? Okay, I had one person that I wasn't clear if it was on this charter, Ms. Phillips Peters. Was this regarding this charter, or was it regarding something else?
I was just one of the parents and grandparents of.
Okay,
of
good. Oh, I just didn't want to skip you just in case.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, a meeting is set. We will review. We have the things we want to hear more about. And if those of you who came for this agenda item want to leave, we will not be offended. Yes. And board, let's take a break until 20 after. That's about 7 minutes.
Thanks for pulling that up.
I had sort of got that. tried the patience of those who are waiting long enough, so we're gonna go ahead and get started as the secretary collects the rest of our people. Next is Siloam Springs.
On December 17th, 2019, representatives of the Siloam Springs Charter High School appeared before the Charter Authorizing Panel requesting a renewal of their charter. By unanimous vote, the panel approved the request. No request for the State Board to review has been submitted to the Charter Office. However, you do have the right to review and conduct a hearing over the Charter Panel's decision at the next State Board meeting if you so choose to. We have Jody Wiggins, Superintendent, Jerry Price, Assistant Principal, and Rob Lindley, High School Principal, on the line for you, if you have any questions.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions of Siloam Springs? Seeing none, I would commend you because you are meeting your growth score, but I'm still concerned about the low percentage of students that you're identifying and serving in your dyslexia program. So if you will pay attention to that and be sure that your screening is the correct screening.
Yes, ma'am, we will do so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion?
Move to not review.
We have a motion by Ms. McFetridge to not review. Do I have a second? Second by Dr. Hill. All in favor? Aye. You're not going to be reviewed.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your work.
Thank you for being patient while we took one out of order.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, Southside Charter, I see that they're here.
On December 17th, 2019, representatives of Southside High School, Charter High School, appeared before the Charter Authorizing Panel requesting a renewal of their charter. By unanimous vote, the panel approved the request. No request for the State Board of Education to review the panel decision has been submitted to the Charter Office. The State Board may exercise a right to review and conduct a hearing on the Charter Authorizing Panel's decision at the next State Board meeting. And today we have Superintendent Roger Rich and Curriculum Director Novella Humphrey present should you have any questions.
Okay. Do we have any questions here? We do appreciate y'all picking up those extra pre-K students this morning. We talked about that. And Mr. Rich, you and I have already talked about the dyslexia. So do we have a motion?
Motion. I thought they're doing great work. Motion to approve.
Dr. Moore moved to not review.
Yes, that's what I said.
And Mr. Williamson second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. And we do appreciate your patience as we took you out of order. So, okay. Thank you. Be safe going home. It may be raining. Next.
On December 17th, 2019, representatives of Academics Plus Charter School appeared before the Charter Authorizing Panel requesting renewal of their charter. By unanimous vote, the panel approved the request. No request for the State Board of Education to review the panel decision has been submitted to the Charter Office. The State Board may exercise a right of review and conduct a hearing on the Charter Authorizing Panel's decision at the next State Board meeting. We do have Superintendent Rob McGill present should you have any questions.
Does anyone have any questions? Ms. Newton?
Yes, my question had to do with one of the waivers that you're asking for, and I really don't understand why the waiver is needed. It's 618-2004, the waiver of the 90%, 10% duties for the counselor, and so I can't follow a reasoning why you would need that, because you state in your application that you're going to actually do that. So tell me why.
Rob McGill, Academics Plus Charter Schools. The reason is, first of all, we don't use our counselors for like testing, like the many school districts may. We haven't done that, and we don't plan to do that. The reasoning is we have 10%. I don't know what I would use the 10% for, but by law I can't other than additional whole classroom instruction by the counselor. I'd like to be able to do more than 10 whole classroom sessions per week with my counselors. I don't want it for any other reason but for that. And right now, I can't do that because of the state law.
Okay, so I guess I'm not seeing that in there. Can you tell me where it says that you can't do whole grade, because maybe I missed that?
There's some, it's in the law somewhere about the 10 sessions per week.
Can I help?
Am I off on something?
All help is welcome.
So, there is a law that limits that no more than 10 classes can be taught a week, not the 10% for the time that the counselor spends. So what you're talking about is the counselor cannot do more than 10 classes of direct instruction, basically, to
So that's
students.
not even this law?
So the 90-10 law, yeah. I would have concerns about waiving the 90%, 10%. The waiving for them to be able to teach maybe 11 or 12 classes, I think that's a negotiable waiver. It's something to talk about, but we would need to get the specific point there.
Yeah, I didn't see
Does that make
anywhere in
sense?
here that.
I'll go back and do some digging to find that exact number.
Okay. So I still don't understand why we need the 90-10.
No, they're saying he wants to teach more than 10 classes a week. He doesn't want a 90-10 waiver.
So you don't need this waiver?
Let me think about that.
Are you asking that your counselors not spend 90% of their time with direct input?
No,
Okay.
my request is that they can be able to teach more than 10 classes per week.
Okay,
So
it's
if we need to change that law, the waiver request, I would be able to.
Yeah,
I would
we didn't
like to do
catch it
that.
at the panel, but
Yeah.
Mary Claire, can you help us with that?
So I think that if they voluntarily give up the waiver on record, you can avoid doing a review hearing. But if they don't, then you would have to vote to review, and do a review hearing so that you can change it. Because the charter authorizing a panel approved the renewal with the waiver in it. So if you're gonna approve it differently, you need to do a review. I think unless they would just say they don't want it represented to the charter office, they don't want it, and then we can just make that note and pull it. Do you think differently, Secretary Key?
It's getting kind of murky, to be
Not
honest.
getting murky.
So I want to make sure we're sure. So if the best way to be sure is review and give y'all time to get it sorted out by February, this isn't going to affect your timeline, is it, Rob? Or is it?
The timeline I got affected is, they did approve us to build a new school and our cap increase. We're moving forward with building our new school and hopefully break ground in June of this year. So if I could, we're already doing architecture plans.
It'd be February.
Yeah, but we're doing architecture plans now so we can get the plans submitted for bid and to be able to close on the loan by June 1st so we can break ground, so.
Ms. Hyde, can they
You could
Can they
add it to
review-
the special meeting also that you just scheduled.
Okay, but my question is, do the rules allow the board to review, does it have to be in whole or can it be a component?
It's just review or not review. So it can't be just review only for that waiver. So if
Okay.
you choose to review the decision, either accept the decision in whole or choose to review it, and then during the review, you can modify only a piece of it. You don't have to modify all of it,
But if we just had that one question, then we could address that and not, there doesn't appear to be anyone questioning anything else. It's just that one waiver. So could we address just the one waiver? Or if what he is saying he wants is different than what got approved by the panel, he could say right now, no, I wasn't wanting to eliminate 90% of a counselor's time with kids. I just wanted them to spend more time in the classroom instead of just the 10 class periods. Am I
Sure.
understanding it correct? Tripp, you have a questioning look on your face.
No, I was just.
Well, identify yourself.
Tripp Walter, staff attorney, Arkansas Public School Resource Center. I mean, obviously, the thought is, as Mr. Gill was saying, if we could give up, if he wishes to, the 90-10 and then substitute, if you will, the law or rule that puts
Addresses the 10
limitation,
classes.
then obviously we would advocate for that. If that's not possible, we would advocate for it being, if possible, on the same hearing as
Right.
SAPHS due to the reasons Mr. McGill stated. And my thought is, I guess, similar to what you were saying, Ms. Zook, that I don't know why it would, if it is require review to do this, why it would have to be a full-blown review, but just this one particular new waiver.
Right. Okay, why don't you and she and he go out in the out of the auditorium, talk about it, and come back in and tell us what it is that you want or don't want to do. So
Mr. As a time saver, I have the exact same question on capital cities, so you may want to get capital city involved in that same conversation.
No problem.
Okay.
Uh-huh. Okay, so we'll put that one on.
May I address
Sure.
Ms. Newton's question very quickly? I think, Ms. Newton, that Capital Cities is different. It's the same waiver, but they weren't under a misunderstanding of the 10 classes. They have a plan, and they provided a lengthy rationale to Charter Authorizing Panel on the 90-10.
Okay,
And they're
we'll
prepared to
talk to that
discuss
when we get
that.
there then.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, when you all are ready, if you'll come back in the room, then we will know that. Okay, Virtual Academy.
On December 18th, 2019, representatives of Arkansas Virtual Academy appeared before the charter authorizing panel requesting a renewal of their charter. By unanimous vote, the panel approved the request. No request for the State Board of Education to review the panel decision has been submitted to the charter office. The State Board may exercise a right of review and conduct a hearing on the charter authorizing panel's decision at the next State Board meeting. We do have Superintendent Amy Johnson present, should you have any questions.
Okay. Now, one of the things they asked for that they did not get from the charter authorizing panel was an enrollment cap increase. So they did not get that, in part because right now, at all 3 levels, they're performing less than what we would hope they would for the benefit of the children. Does anyone have questions of Virtual Academy or a motion to review or not review?
I have a question.
Okay.
Or
If you will,
perhaps-
come. Sure, come forward and say your full name and speak carefully to the microphone so we can hear the reviewing audience.
Absolutely. Amy Johnson, head of school, Arkansas Virtual Academy.
Ms. Johnson, I guess this is part of comment followed up by a question. Given the trend lines over the last years, I think there is a very good plan going forward, but I'm concerned about a 5-year renewal with no sort of accountability. And I was wondering if we do agree to not review and allow this to go forward. I don't want to bring you back for a hearing on this, but I'm wondering if you would be willing to voluntarily come in each year and report on the school's progress on meeting these goals.
Absolutely. We would welcome that transparency and accountability. This is an academic sort of situation that we own. I've just finished my first year in the head of school role, and it's something that we're moving forward with the team that is there with urgency and passion to ensure that this is our top priority for our students. We would also welcome any of you to visit. We're just over at Union Station now, so come on over. We'd love for you to see inside of our classrooms. My goal for the academic improvement, first and foremost, is the highest level of accountability and action, but also transparency and partnership with the department. And to the Commissioner's point, we have found the department very helpful and have been reaching out and working for improvements in this area.
Thank you. I appreciate your
welcome.
willingness to report back to us
Okay.
and keep us informed.
Anyone else on this side or this side? Okay, My question is, I know the percent of students that you serve with dyslexia is very, very low, but I also know this is a choice in school and that parents may not have choiced in because of that. How do you screen your kindergarten, first and second grade students virtually?
Well, we actually do the majority of those screenings in their first face-to-face event and testing for the year. So we capture most of them in a face-to-face. And then as they come in one-on-one, we do an initial virtual screening, but then we also layer that in with face-to-face. So we actually have a very extensive face-to-face testing plan that follows along with our summatives, but we also pull those screenings in, especially those initials, to ensure that we're catching those students early so we can provide those interventions.
And are your teachers trained in using a curriculum with the science of reading?
Yes, so our students, they're my students, that's how I
That's
think of them, right? Our teachers, K through 12, are all following a specific pathway with science of reading. We actually have a staff member that's also currently training to be a trainer, so we'll have someone on staff to ensure the integrity of how we move forward with that. And then with our dyslexia coordinator, she's new this year and has been very adamant in not only providing a strong dyslexia curriculum, but also in utilizing some of the surrounding resources with Phonics First to provide those to our teachers all throughout. And we're implementing reading instruction in every grade level, every course.
And so Phonics First is the curriculum you're using?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
And no more than 4 in a group, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, do I have a motion? Move to not review by Mr. Williamson. Second by Ms. Dean. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, it's my understanding Lighthouse, with regard to Ms. Newton's concern, was not the same as Academics Plus, but I see that she is out of the room. So would you go check and see? And otherwise, we can do Lighthouse, Capital City Lighthouse next. Oh, there she is, back again.
On December 18th, 2019, representatives of Capital City Lighthouse appeared before the charter authorizing panel requesting a renewal of their charter. By unanimous vote, the panel approved the request. No request for the State Board of Education to review the panel's decision has been submitted to the charter office. The State Board may exercise a right of review and conduct a hearing on the charter authorizing panel's decision at the next State Board meeting. And Lanisha Roberts is here if you have any questions.
Okay. Ms. McAdoo? Dr. Moore? Mr. Williamson? Ms. McFettridge? Ms. Dean? Ms. Chambers? Dr. Hill? Ms. Newton? Okay.
Okay, so in relation to the waiver you're asking for 618-2004, tell me what task that you're going to have a counselor do that is not going to allow them to spend 90% of their time with their students.
Lanisha Roberts, Executive Director, Lighthouse Academies. So our waiver request is not to take anything away from the 90%. It's more on what's happening during the 10%. Some of the things like testing coordinators, our culture coordinator, he does not do that. He has nothing to do with master schedule. We may need to spend, we wanted flexibility within this, like to spend more time with parental involvement activities, because we do lots of home visits because our parents.
If you'll get closer, thank you.
We do lots of home visits because our parents a lot of times can't make it up there, so he spends a lot of times in the field sometimes doing those visits. So just the flexibility to use that 10% in a different way, because they don't focus on testing, assessments, all that, what we know traditional counselors used to do in the past. So we just want that flexibility. So not asking for the 90% to take anything away from that. Maybe just to add more into the 90% in those direct services.
So this says that in the 10% is parental involvement and family engagement.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
So that's included in the 10%, so why do you need a waiver for that?
So more time, like the flexibility, sometimes like that 90%, like we have a longer year anyway and a longer day, so our time really exceeds what the state requirement is anyway on those services. But like some days may require more time in that 10% area, if that makes sense. Like to provide more of those home visits, because we have a huge need at that school to serve families that don't have transportation, can't get their kids to get medicine, where we're having to make sure all those things are happening, if that makes sense.
Well, the way I'm reading, and I'm probably need help because I am not a lawyer, but it doesn't say that 10% of a day. It says 10% of the days. So would that not mean overall?
Well, I was.
Help me out there, someone. So, I mean, I still don't, you know, if it's listed as something that you can do, and you're making, in your statement, you said you're going to provide that, I still don't understand why you're asking for it.
Would you state your question again while Ms. Hyatt's in the room?
They're saying that they need it per day, but the way I'm reading it, it says days, and so it would be the overall instead of an individual, you know, looking at today or looking at tomorrow.
And you're talking about the ratio, 10%, okay, sorry. So what it says is that they have to spend 90% of their working time during student contract days, so that would be overall, not each individual day. So if you spent one day out of the entire year just doing administrative duties that entire day, that doesn't mean that you're out of compliance. It's 10% of all of their working days.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, ma'am, you're correct.
And that's what you're saying you're gonna do, so I don't know why you need the waiver.
Trip Walter, APSRC. I'm sorry, Ms. Newton, I missed the previous discussion. I hope I'm not going over anything.
Okay.
What I had talked about with Ms. Roberts is the 10% may be exceeded because of the way they handle parental engagement, family engagement and parental involvement. That was the concern, is they may have as part of their model, and I think there's a pretty good description of that in what went to the panel, and then hopefully is carried over into your book or information today. That is the heart of it after we talked about it, is they wanted to make sure, because they have a culture coordinator and the way they handle it, it's not trying to diminution in services. They're not going to have persons doing this involved with scheduling or test administration or test training.
But I think what she just said to me, and I may have misunderstood, is that the plan is still for them to spend 90% of their time doing things that are student engagement services, but it was more on a particular day. But that's not what the law said, so I didn't understand why that the waiver was needed. And you understand what I'm saying? I don't
Yes,
want to
ma'am.
open this door up if I don't have to. Okay?
Well, I understand, and I guess Ms. Roberts can speak to it better than I am, and I understand and respect what you're saying. Is it seems to me, that if they go over the 10%, counselor, that's going to kind of automatically make the diminution of the 90.
Right, but it's not per day, it's overall. And she's saying that overall that they were planning on giving 90% of their time to their students.
Okay. Okay. And I guess then the final thing I'll say is, the way I guess I looked at it a little bit differently, and obviously Ms. Roberts is the person on the ground and not me, but the way I looked at it is this was part of an integrated whole for them and way they had been working, and that this would be more than an occasional issue for them. If it was just, and I understand exactly what you're saying, if it was a one-time thing or something I thought that was a occasional workaround, so to speak, we wouldn't be here. But that, for what it's worth, that's.
I think if I'm reading it right, it's a school year, right?
It's their working days, so whatever days that
Right.
they're contracted for,
Right.
it's that altogether.
Okay.
And Lanisha Roberts again, Executive Director, and Tripp is right as it relates to like, it's not just like one day, like because of our population that we serve, we do find ourselves spending a lot of times trying to do some of those 10% things with the family engagement. So that's why we wanted that flexibility, because it could be today, we got 3 or 4 kids that don't have medicine and the parents, you know, and they definitely need it in order for them to function. We try not to have those attendance issues. So it's not that we can count the days and say these days we're gonna do that and on these days we're not, because we don't know what the day may bring.
This probably gets a little bit into some of the things we've been talking about community school and what is it that's happening outside of school that is preventing the child from being able to achieve, and if they use a counselor for that as opposed to using a counselor in the building to deal directly with kids, is if I'm hearing what they're saying correctly.
Yes, ma'am, I believe you are. Tripp Walter, APSRC. May I add just one other note?
Yes, and then Ms. Dean has something.
Okay, to help, I mean, Ms. Roberts has indicated, I think, the need, but, and respectful of what Ms. Newton has been saying, maybe it would allay the panel's concern, the board's concern somewhat, if you were to allow this, but added a reporting requirement, or something that you could see where this, how they're using it in practice, and it's not going to be a diminution of services.
I think lately what's giving us pause is because if we allow a waiver regarding counseling, then every school in the state has the opportunity to request that counseling waiver. So we just want good clarity about exactly what it is, so that if somebody else comes in and says, well, they have a waiver about whatever, then we can say, yeah, but that you're misinterpreting it, that's not what they're doing. So am I correct, Ms. Newton?
Yeah, and some of the things that you're describing that you're gonna do, I'm looking at the list of the things that qualify, and a lot of the things that you're describing to me are in that list that would qualify as a direct or indirect service, because it says direct or indirect, and so I think.
Yes, ma'am. I was about to say that exact same point, but I do want to, I think we're getting into a review that's not a review. So I think if there are more comments and questions, the best decision would be to do a review, even if you're just going to look at that one piece, because we're asking for a lot of information and questions that are outside of the decision just to review or not review. And if there are still a lot of remaining concerns about that, I think it would be best just to do a review rather than keep going.
Ms. Dean?
You touched on most of what I wanted to say, which is it comes down to each school has to be prescriptive about their community and the students they serve. And whether or not I understand that your question is whether or not it's needed to perform the services that you need to do. You still need to be able to perform those services, whether it's with a waiver or without a waiver. But whatever we do, we need to make sure that you have the autonomy to be able to serve the students that you need to serve. And as far as opening the door to waivers, we look at each school district individually, and we've always done that to decide whether or not this particular school needs this particular waiver and if it's prescriptive to them. So in addition, the charter authorizing panel has already approved it. They voted unanimously, if I'm not mistaken. So that's another reason why I don't have an issue with the waiver. But I would hate to belabor the issue, but I think we need to just make sure that you have all that you need to serve those students, because you do have a particular community to serve. So thank you for the work that you're doing, and hopefully we can fix it.
Mr. Pecron?
Ms. Roberts, Were you in the room when I was speaking to Ms. Johnson from the Virtual Academy earlier? Or were you out? I can't. Okay. Can you come up for just a second? I know you have a difficult situation. I feel like you do have a good 3-year plan laid out in here for what you're going to do over the 3-year term if you're renewed for that long. That said, I'm a little concerned about not having any accountability back to the board in the interim. And what I asked the Virtual Academy and what they agreed to do was to provide voluntarily, without us having to go through a hearing to put this in as a term of year renewal, but to voluntarily come back each year and provide a report to us on how you're doing on meeting these goals. And perhaps, if we approve it with including this waiver, to include in that Ms. Newton's concerns about how your counselors are spending their time. Would the school be willing to do that?
Yes.
Thank you.
And just to comment to what Ms. Dean said, I listened to the whole charter authorizing thing, and I don't think this issue was ever discussed. And so, if they need the waiver, but I still want to have more information.
Okay.
Okay. So.
Okay. Dr. Hill, Ms. Chambers, Ms. McFetridge, Mr. Secretary.
Given what I've heard and knowing that when the governor's legislative package for education, the counseling law was very much at the top of his list, I would encourage y'all to have a review on this, because we've got to get that right. And what I heard Mr. Walters say was a little bit different than what Ms. Roberts was saying as far as how it's going to be used. It doesn't matter how they're going to use it. The fact that you have a waiver out there opens the door, as Madam Chair said earlier, and that would be a grave concern for me. And it should be, I would think it'd be for y'all too, because you're going to have to hear every request and how it's going to be used differently. And I think from my seat as secretary, I would like to see this law be given some time.
Yes.
Now, if there's some other way to get to where Lighthouse and take care of what they need to take care of, then that could be something that you all talk about in a review hearing.
Okay. Ms. McFetridge, Mr. Williamson, Dr. Moore, Ms. McGack. What is your reading curriculum?
I'm gonna bring the principal up, but
That's-
we do
that's it.
use
That
CK.
question's so
Yeah,
simple,
we do.
she can answer it,
Yes,
right?
we do use CKLA for K2 and expeditionary learning for 3-5. Well, 3rd and 4th. 5th grade we do personalized learning with Summit, but we do have specific curriculum for the RISE that we use, and I'll let her
I
speak.
started saying, I'm not familiar with those, so can you tell
Yes.
me if they're balanced literacy
Yes.
or structured?
She's coming up to talk
All
to
right.
you about it.
If you'll say your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Rosanna Malanga. I'm the principal at Capital City Lighthouse. No, it is not balanced literacy. It is a structured curriculum. We have 6 teachers that are currently going through Brains Read, and we have 4 that will finish up with the RISE training.
Okay.
So that's how that works for us.
Okay, and on your website, every district is required to, on state-required reports, and I could not find yours with regard to dyslexia. Do you know if I just overlooked it, which is highly possible?
Lanisha Roberts, Executive Director. Yes, Ms. Zook, you overlooked it.
Okay,
Yes,
good.
it's
good.
there.
I couldn't imagine that it wouldn't be there,
It's
but I
there.
just couldn't find it.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions? Do I have a motion?
I'm sorry, may
Mr.
I
Walters?
What I would like to propose on behalf of Lighthouse, if I may, is it possible to have this as part of the review on the 24th, limited to this issue? And that will give Mary Claire and the staff obviously have been good to work with in the limited time we've had, but an opportunity to just focus on that.
Yes. Is that fine with everyone? Yeah, and limiting it to the one issue about counseling. That's okay? Do I have a motion to that? Oops.
Let me reiterate, if the decision is to review or not review, you can say that the only things you want to look at are that, but you cannot officially limit your review to that. The rules say review or not review. So if you don't Don't make a motion to do a limited review.
Okay.
You can do a review at the special meeting, and when we go through it, ask the stuff you would like to know. It can be limited to this, but there's no such thing as a limited review.
Okay, do I have a motion for a review or not review?
I moved to review on the 24th, I believe it was.
Okay, Ms. Newton moved to review on the 24th,
Second.
and second by Ms. McFettridge. Now then, specific things that you would like addressed on that day. Am I good, Mary Claire?
Do we need to vote?
Yes.
Do we need to vote?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, vote.
How about I take a break and y'all take a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes to review. Now, Mr. Pecron, Ms. Newton, Dr. Hill, Ms. Chambers, Mr. Dean, do you have specific questions you would like addressed that day?
How are they going to use 10%?
Yes, and if I could add, because I won't get to be here.
That,
So I heard two different, very good things said, but they were different. One was all the things that would be packed into the 10% that may be alternative. And then so much would be packed into it, it started to sound like it was more 80-20 or something other than 90-10. So clarity on that would be really helpful.
okay. Are y'all writing these things down? Okay, Dr. Hill, Ms. Dean, Ms. McFettridge, Mr. Williamson, Dr. Moore, Ms. McAdoo. All right, that's what we're gonna want to know. Okay, Capital City. Uh-huh. You're always so pleasant and positive, so I appreciate your patience with this. Okay, back to Academics Plus.
We did have an opportunity to visit out in the hall, and decided, and correct me if I'm saying this wrong, that there is not a need for a waiver that they have, and instead there is a waiver of a different section of that law. So rather than 618-2004, they need 618-2002A2, I think it is, and I'll have to put it back up. And it's just a definition, and that definition includes that they can only teach 10 classes. But without reviewing, you can't rescind and add an additional waiver. So we'll need to do a review.
Will they have to
on
go
this one too.
back to the charter panel to see if the charter panel recommends to us that we do that?
No. Once you do a
Great.
review, the state board can take any lawful action. So if you do a review, you would be able to accept the rescission of a waiver and add any additional waivers as necessary.
Okay, do I have a motion to review this on the 24th?
Before there's a motion, I would like to say that Academics Plus has requested that you have the hearing at the end of the agenda today, rather than at the special board meeting. The rules, I think, would allow that if they're fine with that and you guys are fine with that. Or it could be heard at the special meeting with the others.
I hear what you're saying. Do I have a motion to review or not review? And then if we choose to review, do I have a motion to do it at the end of the agenda today, which we are close to?
Ms. Zook, can I ask one more thing? Could you tell me the citation that they're asking for instead?
Yes, ma'am. 618-2002, 2A, which defines direct services, and it says that regular classroom guidance is limited to 40-minute class sessions, not to exceed 3 class sessions per day, and not to exceed 10 class sessions per week.
Okay.
That's what they're wanting. And if you do choose to add it on to the agenda today, it will require a 2/3 vote, just FYI.
Okay. First, we have to have a motion whether or not we're going to review.
Move to review.
Ms. Chambers moved to review, second by Mr. Pecron. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. And do I have a motion to do it at the end of today?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Pecron, second by Mr. Williamson. All in, we'll have to do a roll call because I need to be sure it's 2/3.
Dr. Moore,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. McFettridge,
Yes.
Ms. Dean,
Yes.
Ms. Chambers,
Yes.
Dr. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Newton,
Yes.
Mr. Pecron.
Yes.
It's
Okay,
2:30.
so if you will, there you are, if you'll stay around, it won't be much longer. So, thank you, board. Okay, next on the agenda is, let me get to where we are next on the agenda. Item 2, which is Mary Claire Howard. Final approval for the division's rules governing the Right to Read Act.
Sorry, let me switch gears really quickly. Mary Claire Hyatt with the division. These are for final approval. The new rules governing the Right to Read Act, so these are brand-new rules. We did receive a couple of public comments, but no substantive changes were made as a result of those, so we asked for final approval.
Do I have discussion or a motion?
Move to approve.
Ms. Newton moved to approve.
Second.
Second by Ms. Dean. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, number 3 is final approval for division rules governing public charter schools.
These are also for final approval. Again, we did receive a couple of public comments and some non-substantive changes were made for grammar, spelling, typos. But nothing substantive, and we request final approval for these as well.
I do appreciate you having the public comment on our agenda so we can read that and see what, because they often pick up things that we do not. Do we have discussion on this item or a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Peckron to approve.
Second.
Second by Ms. McFettridge. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next, we have Mr. Dugan. Welcome back.
Thank you for having me. Taylor Dugan with the division. What the board has in front of them is consideration for release of public comment for the rules governing DESE and Arkansas State Board of Nursing, rules governing the administration of insulin and glucagon to Arkansas public school students diagnosed with diabetes. The change of this rule is necessary because of Section 37 of Act 757 of 2019. I respectfully request that the board approve these to be released for public comment. In my summary, I put that these are in front of the State Board of Nursing yesterday, but Mr. Knight let me know it was actually going to be today. So these are also being ran in conjunction with the State Board of Nursing.
Okay, and when we have a motion, it will need to state pending governor's office review.
That's correct.
All those in favor, do I have a motion?
Move to approve pending governor's office review.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Chambers, second by Ms. Dean. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Mr. Dugan. Ms. Freno?
Thank you, Lori Freno from the division. These are before you for final approval. This is an extremely limited revision of these rules, only a few sections. The ADE rules governing eye and vision screening, they went out for public comment. There were only a few non-substantive changes made, basically typos and things like that, and we now ask that you please release these or that you give your final approval to these rules.
Do we have any questions or a motion?
Motion to approve.
Moved by Mr. Peckron.
Second.
Second by Dr. Hill. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Freno. Next is the consideration of the 18-19 Annual Statistical Report. Mr. Rogers? As you're coming to, I will thank you for putting them in alphabetical order. That not having memorized in 7 years the LEA numbers, it's very helpful to me.
So
Thank
yeah,
you.
this is just the annual statistical report that's required by law to go to the State Board, the Governor's Office, and the House and Senate Education Committees. It gives all the information, including the assessment, their millage, categorical and the revenues, categorical expenditures, as well as their ADM, FTEs, and just all the information about the school districts.
And I recommend, board, that you either make a note of which month this was done and do it, or print it out so you can have it for
Correct.
reference as you go throughout the year in case you need to have it. If any questions? No questions? Do we have a motion?
Please move to accept.
Mr. Williamson moves to accept. Second by Ms. Chambers. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Is there any new business to come before the board? Seeing none, we have, I mentioned earlier, the public comment. We narrowed it down to a more readable, understandable, so it basically says the same thing, it just says it in fewer words. All right, do I have, now then, the question is, do I adjourn and then take back up? Okay, she says no. All right, so Academics Plus, oh, there you are. You keep running around.
I think we've mostly worked it out unless you guys have additional questions, so it might just be best if you will verify the waiver you'd like to add, say the waiver you'd like to rescind. Yes, sir. And then if that is all, you can vote to approve.
Okay, state your name again.
Rob McGill, Academics Plus Charter Schools, CEO. We'd like to rescind the waiver of 6/18/2004, and then, but we'd like to add 6/18/2002, paragraph 2A.
Just for the record, Ms. Hyatt, can you say what that is?
Yes, and I was just getting it pulled up because I think you inverted those two.
Yeah.
A2. No, 2A. That's absolutely right. So 6/18/2004, the one that they're wishing to rescind, contains the 90%, 10% ratio for guidance counselor time. 6/18/2002 is also in that same subchapter, but it's just a definition of direct services. Just the part that says that regular classroom guidance is limited to 40-minute class sessions, not to exceed 3 class sessions per day, and not to exceed 10 class sessions per week.
Okay, does everybody understand? I do have a motion, or questions, or concerns. None? Do I have a motion? I have a question. Should I ask it before we have this motion? And it's got nothing to do with this other. It's just the same question I'm asking everybody when I see their dyslexia percentages are disproportionately low to what we would assume they would be. So just.
I said go ahead and ask. Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. Just, would you be on top of that? And I'm thinking particularly over at Scott, because of the letter grade that you have there, and it could be a reading issue and not serving on those kids. And do you know offhand what your reading curriculum is and if it's aligned with the science of reading?
Well, that's what we're doing. We, at Scott, we have all of our teachers RISE trained. They have done that, and then at Maumelle, the elementary school did letters 2 years ago, and now we're doing RISE. We have 2 RISE trainers on staff, one assistant principal at Scott is a RISE trainer. We're going through that program and with assistance from March Forward also. And then also at the central office, we have a RISE trainer also that's for the district as well.
Okay, and it's a very effective but sometimes difficult for a teacher to do the first time. But if she's using a curriculum that is not built around this, it's very difficult for her to do that. So I don't know what curriculum you had been using, but just if you're using one that's balanced literacy, not structured literacy, okay, then jump in the middle of that when you do a new adoption. Okay. Do I have a motion?
What would
I think the motion would be to approve as modified.
Okay. Okay.
So
Motion. Yeah, there you go.
Ms. Dean made the motion. No, she just opened her mouth and I thought she made the motion. Okay.
It said include, not to review.
This is the review.
This is the review. Gotcha.
Motion to approve as modified.
Second.
Mr. Pecron moved to, as modified, approve as modified, seconded by Ms. Newton. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you for working with me and
No,
doing it today.
absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being taken out of turn twice. Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn? Okay.